Hello again, everyone. We're back. Um, Let me see. This is acting the cut. So a lot of stuff going on across the whole fucking country. This is going to work. Um, 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 so there's a lot to say. I don't know even where to start. I'll just give it a second for people to get in. So there's news from Cavan, first of all. So it's on the 70% mark. Started actually quicker than I thought it would be. But still, it's going to be later on this evening, very late this evening before they even get it. We get the transfers, etc., etc. So this is from the local radio station in Cavan. So in the 70 tally now, as you see, Matt Curtis in 7,679, Neve Smith's in 4,477. I'm very surprised, to be genuinely honest. I thought Brendan Smith would do it, but it seems to be Neve Smith. So I don't get it. I don't know why. Particularly because a lot of people were very angry in terms of the OT thing. So I don't get it. I presume David Maxwell, he's Fine Gael because head of Humphreys, basically. Everybody's just kind of voting for him because ahead of Humphreys and Fine Gael did well and stuff like that. Robbie Gallo's Fianna Fáil senator. I don't know how he's doing well. I don't get it. There's another Sinn Féin candidate, so I kind of am very confused. I understood Matt Carty would do well. Nobody could argue Matt Carty would not do well, but he would do well. We all knew that. But as I say, Neve Smith, I'm very surprised. But it's all could change with him. The last few counts could change. But pretty much, Pauline Tuddy is the sitting TD. So pretty much, if Pauline Tuddy doesn't get elected, there's a new Sinn Féin candidate. So the other one the same anyway. And not to mention Brendan Smith to be gone and Robbie Gallup in his place. So basically, to be switching the PO from PO to post. Hopefully, Sarah Wiley gets another few votes because, again, the only reason why Sarah Wiley should probably be there. But she's not too far. Where is that I seen from Sarah Wiley? Sarah Wiley's still holding a 3,600, which is, where are we? 3,600, yes. It probably has more by now, which is still under, yeah. Unfortunately, still under, but hopefully she gets up a bit more. Even if she just gets the last seat, it would deny Sinn Féin a seat, hopefully. But it doesn't look good, unfortunately. Early on, it did look good that Sarah Wiley would take a seat. But unfortunately, it doesn't look likely now. So, shit. There's many news across, everybody's literally losing the plot over Gerald the Mulcutch at the moment. Literally, the media just up in arms. It's literally rebellion at the moment in terms of what's happening. Me whole. Anything has changed, though, doesn't it? Yeah, so here's the updated figures at the moment. Here's the poll and stuff like that in Cavan. So we'll go with. So this is the share in the polls, as you can see. You can see Sinn Féin, good God, Sinn Féin is higher. Then Fianna Fáil second, Fine Gael and that. And then the next one is Aintu. Aintu is doing pretty well. Doing better than Independent Ireland, Liberty Republic, Irish Free Party. So it's Sinn Féin, Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, into Independent Ireland, still to be the fourth. No, the fifth, sixth, sorry. than the Irish Freedom Party. The Irish Freedom Party is doing better than People Before Profit anyway, so that's good. So you can see the vote. So this is Matt Cowley, Neil Smith, Wobby Gallo, David Maxwell. So as you see, Sinn Féin is 32% of the poll. Let me see. Lester Gordon is 734 votes. Falmont, here we are. Nine, so basically nearly 1,000 votes. Funny enough, he's getting more votes than Monaghan. He's getting 500 votes in Monaghan more than Cavan. Funny enough, that's funny to see that. So he's getting more Monaghan than he is in Cavan. David Maxwell. Oh my God! Look at the difference between. Look at the difference in Cavan compared to look at David Maxwell Fine Gael. Like he got all these votes from Monaghan. Like he only got 330 something votes so far with 70%. Mark Malone got 121, isn't that? Yeah. Sarah Wiley got more. Got more in Cavan. Around equal, I suppose you would say. Didn't get many. Shimpy O'Reilly did very terrible in Monaghan. We'll see what happens. So. Yeah, like Matt Cowley still just won the way with it, so there's no stopping him. So at the moment, it's Matt Cowley, Neil Smith, Fianna Fáil, Cowley Bowie, Sinn Féin, Fianna Fáil fourth. Yeah. Clear policy. You look sad. Well, kind of sad, I suppose. If that makes sense. I look kind of sad. Just with the latest thing that came out of Cavan at the moment, it's not that great. Hello again, Martin. How are you doing? Again. Yeah, I'm a bit sad because basically my votes went to nothing, basically, in that regard. Because as I said, I would rather Sinn Féin, the reason why I voted Sarah Wiley number 1 and 2 is because I thought she'd take a seat off Sinn Féin. Unfortunately, now it looks like Sinn Féin's going to take that seat, so Sarah Wiley's not going to get any kind of seat, so which is very sad to me. It is very sad. But you know, because that's democracy. If it does happen, the 70% of the folk counted in Cavan. Oh no, but the other thing I'm too sad about is it's going to be the same old. Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael. And it's pretty much nothing has been loaned. That's the saddest thing. Nothing has been loaned. Nothing has ever changed. And that's the sad thing about it is nothing's going to change. The only thing that's changed, the Green Party was set back to the Stone Age. Like that's the only thing that's come good out of this, that the Green Party will literally don't exist now. They literally don't exist. They're completely gone. Like they're just gone. Roger could go, the whole lot of them are gone. There's nobody left. They're all just wiped out. So that's the only plus, really. Everything else is kind of negative, unfortunately. And Stephen Donnelly then losing his seat, of course, too. Dublin Rathdown, so there's a full tally here. So Neil Richmond has topped the poll in Dublin Rathdowns by 20%. He's done it by a good margin, actually. I'm surprised he's done it by that big of a margin. So it's Fine Gael, Fianna Fáil, Social... Yeah, it's Fine Gael, Fianna Fáil, Social Democrats. Pretty much. Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, and Sinn Féin. Excuse me. So the polls were white. To be totally honest with you, the polls were white. The poll that we were looking at last night is kind of true. You know, it is kind of true. Social Democrats are doing well enough too. So the poll was white. You know, it wasn't wrong. It does seem like it was accurate to a certain extent. Like there's not that big of a show for independence. So the independents, like the way before the election was a big huge showing for independence, etc., etc. That didn't materialize in any part of the country. It doesn't look to it, apart from Carl Nolan. Carl Nolan ran away with it basically in Offaly. But it hasn't materialized, and then obviously Healy raised to independence. But not really, hasn't materialized the way I thought it would. I thought there'd be loads of independents being elected. Like the estimate last night, how much was it again, sorry, for independence? Like unless there's transfers. Again, there's such a thing as transfers in this country. So you have to wait and see what's happening. But the prediction last night, we just go back to the prediction for last night. So they predicted that Sinn Féin will get 41 seats, which probably will happen. It probably, unfortunately, will probably happen. They will get something like 30 or near 40 anyway. Fianna Gael will get 39. Fianna Fáil will get 35. Social Democrats get 9. Labour Party get 7. It'll be probably accurate enough. Unfortunately, they said the independents will get 29 and others. I don't think that's going to happen, unfortunately. Don't think so. Unless something really, really changes now in the next few hours. As I say, it's all still to play for. A lot of the places, like in Dublin, the majority of the main capital areas, a lot of the votes are counted for. In Cavan, they're not finished yet. There's still 30% left to count. Hello, Thomas. You know nothing. You know what happened in Ireland. Couldn't cover nothing about United Kingdom. Say no more. Yeah, see, what could I say about the United Kingdom? There's nothing to do with the United Kingdom at the moment. Like the only thing you could say really about the election, because it's not a United Kingdom election, and Northern Ireland stuff. It's not really relevant to the election here. I suppose that makes sense. It has anything to do with that. The only thing that's really relevant about a Sinn Féin and what's a border poll. That's really the only thing that's anything to do with the United Kingdom. Like it's an entirely different country to here. I presume you're talking about too the right to die bill in Westminster. So if we get to that eventually, with all this election coverage, we can't really talk about it now because there's 100 million things happening in Ireland at the moment. But yeah. Looks like where is this now? Sorry. Yeah, Jack Chambers is going to top the poll in Dublin West. Will Coppage is going to get in. I don't know about it. We don't know about Roger O'Gorman. So it's kind of 50-50 if he's going to get in. Who knows? We have to see. Jennifer Carr McNeil topped the poll in However in Dundee. People for Profit Solidarity got in. Duncan Smith, I don't think he's going to get in. So pretty much the Green Party are finished. If either Roger Gorman doesn't get in, or Oisin Smith, sorry, Duncan Smith. Oisin Smith, if he doesn't get in, the Green Party's finished because they won't have any TDs. Like Roger Gorman has said there in the last hour that he thinks there's only going to be two to four Green Party TDs. They have 12 at the moment. They're not going to have it. Simple as that. They're not going to have any TDs. I think they're just finished. Like the Green Party are finished. They got demolished. Which is not much. It's a good consolation, but Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael going back in again, and who knows? Sinn Féin could go in along with them. Terrifying to do that, or even Sinn Féin and the left parties. Basically, whatever way you look, it's not going to be good. And basically, nothing has been launched. Basically, that's what I'm trying to say. Because people just voted the same old parties back in again. They do the same thing again as they did before. And nothing really has changed, unfortunately. So we have learned nothing over the last 5 years. So isn't that great? Nothing has changed. So what do we take? What does you the people following take? What do we take on the whole situation? I'm sure a majority of people would say we're not very happy with it. How we should look at that's democracy. So it looks like the way it goes is 75 total on Cav now, 75% of the vote counted. It does look like nothing's really going to change, unfortunately. Unless the transfers do something. That's what we're really waiting for here now. 80% now in cavan. So there's the drastic change. Just cover this at the moment. So 80% of the total Cafoe compete. So obviously we know Matt Cowley. So let me just take this off. So the total photo in Cavan is 10,000. You need 10,000 votes. So Matt Cowley's pretty much there. If a few people are eliminated, he's going to get it. And there's only 80. He's definitely going to get to the 10,000. Like he's going to get automatically elected on the first count. Now Sinn Féin. This is another Sinn Féin candidate. She's a councillor up in Monaghan. I didn't think she'd do as well as she did, but she is doing well. Neve Smith was there earlier when we look at it now. Fianna Fáil, David Maxwell. So hopefully Sarah Wiley comes behind and takes it. So we see just there 75. There's a quite change within the last few minutes. So Neve Smith was there up here. Now Neve Smith's down here. And then Robbie Gallo moved down a bit too. So I suppose it's all the people, but Matt Carty can't be touched. There's nothing really to stop him. So pretty much there's going to be the same as before, Willie and Cavan, unless something drastically happens now within the next while. Because we have a Sinn Féin. It's just a different Sinn Féin candidate here. And then we have Fianna Fáil, which is instead of Brendan Smith, it's Robbie Gallo, and then another Fianna Fáil, Neve Smith. And then we have Fianna Gael. So it's pretty much just the same old in Cavan, pretty much. Apart from two new faces, if this is the case. Yeah, everybody could see that a million miles away. The Green Party were going to get annihilated back to the next stone settling. But there's not much lost. They were no good, the Green Party. So, but it's not much good. I thought the whole lot of them would get annihilated. That would have been better. Oh, and Eamon Ryan's to blame for that. So they have nobody else to blame but Eamon Ryan for his shit. Okay, we have the thing now for the 80%. What's it? 80%, yeah. We have the poll that's came out. Oh, that's the complete wrong thing. Thank you. So we see here, this is what I just showed you a minute ago. So we see Matt Cowley. This is Matt Cowley. This is Matt Cowley's vote here, just to say, like it's off the page. That's how much it is. Like he has it. Like he has it. Where's Kev? That's Soho here. Robbie Gallo is there, and Neve Smith is somewhere here. Yeah, there. David Maxwell is isn't it there? So Fall Mountain, I can't see exactly the vote. It's very difficult enough to see because you literally have to go into the screen. So as you can see, 81% of the votes tallied, 18 left to go. Let me see. I'm just trying to see. It's hard enough to see it. Fall Mountain, 1,048 or something. I can't specifically see. Shane Mulligan, 460, I think it is. 138 for Mark Moore. This is it. Never mind. Sorry, I can see. You can see it there now. Never mind. Me squinting literally to see it. Yeah, 460 was wide. My eyesight's not that bad. 138. Yeah, that's it. Unfortunately, Jimmy didn't do that well. He only got 16. Where's Falman? 1,068. Yeah. So you can see the change. Sinn Féin, Fianna Fáil, Fianna Gael. So pretty much the same old. In Cavan. Nothing never changes. So we probably will get some of the results because I think some of the constituencies are given they're given the results, not in Cavan, but I think some of them will at 2:00. I think they're ready in some places to give the results. Or do the transfer to eliminate people on the force count? Like just looking at all the figures and all that. It's kind of like the results from last night, like the poll. The only thing that probably is a bit wrong is the Green Party bit. Like the Green Party are not doing well at all. So this is from Fortune Media News now. This bit, if I could get it. So this is Ben Gilroy showing it. So this was just on Fortune Media News there a few minutes ago. So this is pretty much where we are at the moment. As you can see, Holly Collins 4.3% of the vote. People for 2.8. The Labour Party 3.4. Obviously, the Green Party did atrocious. But Fianna Fáil and Sinn Féin, it's pretty much what they said last night. And Simon Howes, you can't see because of the hand. But pretty much what I mean by this is it's going to be the same status quo again, pretty much, apart from the Green Party. Things change with it. But the Green Party has no really say at all in anything now. There you go. The West has fallen. The Republic has fallen. Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael are outperforming the exit poll. Sinn Féin is a point or two behind. Yeah, so they're outperforming. That's even worse again. Like even just hearing that's even worse. Like imagine if I said to Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil are outperforming the exit poll. They're actually doing better than the exit poll suggested, which is that's crazy to even think of. That they actually are doing better than the suggestion the exit poll. Like good God Almighty, never seen such the like. And I wouldn't mind, but it's time to go to Finland. It's time to go over to Finland and get annoyed with the true Finns. 99% of the pally in. We have a look at Sligo Leitrim. I don't understand either. I generally don't. I don't get it. But the poll was kind of why last night. They're outperforming the poll. Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael outperforming, and Sinn Féin I'll point a few points behind it, but still, nonetheless, I don't get it. I don't get it. But democracy, you know. But it's pretty much going to be the same old. Pretty, and that's the sad thing. There's going to be no change. It's just going to be the same old bullshit as usual, pretty much, for the next 5 years again. And that's the sad reality of it. The only thing that's changed is the Green Party is knocked into the next century. But that's about it. There's nothing really else to jump up and down about. Because we all know the promises they made Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, it's empty promises. Basically, nothing will ever change, what I'm trying to say. All the things they promised mean meaningless stuff. So pretty much, it's going to be the same old, pretty much. Same old. New bicycle sheds, this, that, pretty much same. And pretty much all that stuff with RTE and take the bicycle shed, the security hut, all this money thrown everywhere. It's pretty much all forgiven and all forgotten about. Like, that's something to say. Because the election, the only Irish Joe didn't hold them accountable to it. So pretty much they can get off with it. Then Fianna Fáil knows that now, that they can do anything they want and they get off with it. Because no way they should have probably been elected, to be honest. There's no way they should have got nearly as many votes as they did. For all the things they've done over the last 5 years, I could not see, especially if you just look at the homeless figures. Like you tell me if that's, we're dealing with the homeless crisis because it keeps going up and up and up and up. So, it's democracy. At the end of the day, the Irish people wanted it, as I say. I respect whatever the Irish people to say, but I disagree personally that this is the best choice for the country. But unfortunately, the majority of Irish people disagrees with me on that. So I suppose we just have to suffer for a while. I don't know what you would call it for a while. For voting the way we voted, but sure, look at. As I say, that's democracy. That's what the Irish people wanted. But anyway. Any news from the cavan constituency? No. Sligo Leitrim. So we go to Sligo Leitrim. Yeah. Well, the only thing that's good about the Green Party was set back to the Stone Age. That's about it. Nothing else to write home. But Sinn Féin and the Labour Party do the same. Like the Labour Party, like Sinn Féin are going to do the same. And the same with the Social Democrats and Labour Party. They're going to do the same. Like they're going to just do the same. All the parties are going to do the same. But anyway, look at Sligo Leitrim. So 99% of the ballot has been counted as Sligo Leitrim. Obviously, Leitrim doesn't exist. Also, what is this? Party for Animal Welfare. I never heard of this in my life. Party for Animal Welfare. What is it? I never heard of this party in my life, just to say. We've got two. Who done the best? So independent, so Clark. That's the Clark woman, isn't it? 15%, nearly 5,000 votes. 47. Fine Gael, that's that fellow in Fine Gael, yeah. The Green Party. Maddie Narkin, yeah, that's who she is, yeah. She done well enough, yeah. Which is Kelly? I can't think of who that is, but Kelly or Martin Kelly, yeah. So pretty much Independent Ireland done well enough here. Fine Gael did well though. Hey, Maddie Narkin did well. Max Sherry, is it? Yeah, I think that's us. Yes, that's Sligo Leitrim, buddy. Oh yeah, but at the end of the day, I could sit here until the cows come home and say, but at the end of the day, the people of Ireland wanted it, and they got what they wanted, I suppose. When I'm trying to say they have to live with the consequences. I tried to warn them, and other people tried to warn them what would happen if you re-elect the same old. And people didn't listen, so it's simple. And that's democracy. At the end of the day, it was their choice to listen or not to listen. They chose not to. And the Irish people did it. And then in the day, we can't complain in the next 5 years when Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael fuck up the country something more than they did now. We can't complain. We can't sit here and say, look, we shouldn't have voted. We should next time we won't vote for them and stuff like that. Because we don't really have a leg to stand on here, to be totally honest. If that makes any sense. But pretty much nothing will ever change. Pretty much, that's what I'm trying to say. Nothing will ever change. Like you've seen at least in England with the Conservative Party that time, they really wanted them they kicked them out, and they really suffered for it. Even though the Labour Party nearly swore us, the Conservative Party. But still, nonetheless, the Conservatives suffered for that time. They fucked over everybody. But over here, nothing ever changed. Like nothing will ever change because it's just the same old. Pretty much, it's just the same shit. It's just the same day. The only thing that's different is the Green Party's not going to be there. That's the only really difference. So, I don't get it. It'd be different if the Green Party. It'd be different if Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael was a perfect country. Everybody had a house, take for example. Nobody was homeless. If you needed the doctor, you have it straight away. If you needed to go take for example an operation, you get it straight away. It'd be different if that was the case. But in this country, nothing works. That's what I'm trying to say. So I don't get it why they want to vote a party that that everything in the country is falling to bits. Basically, that's what I'm meaning to say. And the people of Ireland decided to re-elect the people who are destroying this country. But anyway, but that's democracy, as I say. That's my personal view on it. I didn't vote for Fianna Fáil. I didn't vote for Fianna Fáil. I didn't vote for Sinn Féin. Didn't vote for People for Profit. But at the end of the day, that's the Irish people's choice who they vote for, I suppose. And I suppose if whatever happens, it's democracy, and I accept it. That the Irish people chose different and stuff like that, and that's what we have to acknowledge because we can't be in denial saying, this, that, and the other. It's important to just say it as it is, supposed to. But unfortunately, as we said the other day too, a lot of people be emigrating now. Unfortunately, like a lot of Irish people go. Like if they wouldn't go in their droves before, they're going to be going now. Because if Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael gets back in, that's the end of the young generation in this country. That's the end of it. They're all going to be gone. And that's the sad thing about it is the majority of young people who voted now will not vote again because they won't be here to vote to be gone. So basically what I'm trying to say is there'll be a 50% increase now in the next few months in people leaving the country and never to return. Because that's pretty much what we voted for in this election, pretty much, in the nicest possible tone. But anyway, we'll see what happens. Suppose we're not scaremonger, fearmonger, but I don't see it going well, even if Sinn Féin and the Labour Party and social time. I don't see that they'll probably be nearly as worse. I don't know, could they be as nearly as worse as Fianna Fáil Fine Gael? I dread the think of it. But if Fianna Fáil Fine Gael gets back in, it's over. It's done. The state's done. We won't have a country in 5 years' time, probably. To be totally honest, because the things will be that bad. I don't even know could we be a state in 5 years' time. But so we see what happens, I suppose. Again, hopefully not. With it, it's Graves' concerns about it. That's what I say. Like I don't think the only voter thought about all these concerns. There's a lot I could say about it, isn't there? But at the end of the day, that's what the people of Ireland want, and that's what they got. That's democracy, as I say, is important that democracy works and functions, etc., etc. And that's what people got. That's what people voted for. So, so I won't say it's all rigged, etc., etc. I'm not going to pull that out because it clearly isn't, to be done honest, because the poll was right last night, pretty much to the T. Sinn Féin's a bit down on the poll, but pretty much as nearly as white as it can be. And again, I think we all knew too. People wouldn't. Like I heard it this morning on OT too. There was people asking, like OT were asking people outside the polling station, who would you vote for? Who would you vote for? And the majority of elderly people said Fianna Fáil. I voted all my life Fianna Fáil. I voted all my life Fine Gael, and I'm not going to stop now, regardless if they killed somebody in the middle of the street. I still would vote Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael. That's what they more or less said. And when you hear that, it's never going to be any change when you have that kind of stuff happening in the country. That somebody literally, regardless of what Fianna Fáil could do, they still would vote Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael. So, and that's just the attitude, unfortunately, the majority of that electorate in Ireland, that regardless of, even if somebody shoots somebody in the middle of the street, Simon House could go and shoot somebody in the middle of the street on Connell Street now, and he still would get 100 million, probably a load of older people voting for him in their 60s. That's what I'm saying. No, it's not rigged, so I wouldn't suggest that now. Because the poll was right. It'd be different if the poll was said completely different or something like that. Like it was all for Independence Day, for example, and all of a sudden Fine Gael got millions of votes. That didn't happen, and it's the truth, and we can't be in denial saying it's all rigged and etc. Because it isn't. I'd be forced to say it if I thought it was, but there's no evidence of any kind of rig, because the polls make sense, etc. when you see what you're seeing now. They might be a bit different, but again, it's not rigged. So I wouldn't say to people to use that because it doesn't look to be rigged. Simple as that, in any way, shape, or form. The national turnout, I think it was something like 50%, something like that, 50, 51, something like that. A lot lower than what it was in 2020, it was 62 or something like that percent. I think it was a bit lower. It was around that. I'm not too sure now, don't quote me on that, but it's something like 50, in the 50s, 60s, nothing above. Or was it? Yeah, it was something like that. I don't actually remember. Still quote me now, Martin, but it's 60, yeah. So around that, it was near enough right, Yeah, so it was around 60%. It's a bit lower than in 2020. It was a bit 2% more. So I don't know. So be totally honest, I don't know. But anyway, as I say, the Irish people voted. I'm not going to blame people for doing it because at the end of the day, it's their own opinion. I just hope that it won't be as bad as I think it would be. That's all I hope for. Not just for myself, for the people of Ireland, for the young generation, for the elderly people too. I hope that the promises they made are kept. Unfortunately, you couldn't trust them, Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael. But hopefully they do keep the promises and the people get what they want that they voted for. And hopefully it's not as bad as I think it could be, but And that's Gerald talking to the media. Oh no. We have the Donegal results. I can't even see anything. Sorry, I'm just looking in here. Pretty much Sinn Féin, Fianna Fáil. There's a party to the 107 new party, like for the Mica problem. So that is. Oh well, but then again, as I say, that's democracy. Oh, I don't think it's in the election affair. As I say, when you hold that thing this morning, like when I hold them people this morning, elderly people in about those 60s, 70s, I don't think it's OT. It's because, as a woman said, one of the women said she must be 70, one of the only Irish Joe. Like she literally said, my father and my mother voted for Fianna Fáil, and I grew up voting for Fianna Fáil, and I'm going to die voting for Fianna Fáil. It's not OTE. It's that tradition and the old things that you never literally, regardless if Fianna Fáil shoots your mother and father dead, you still vote Fianna Fáil. Like it's that kind of mindset. It's hard to say. Like I've often heard older people too. Like they would not, regardless if like literally in Cavan here, if Heather Humphreys went out and shot 50 people in the street, they still would vote Fine Gael. Like they still would. And that's what I'm saying. Regardless of what Fine Gael do, even if they went into their house and robbed their house and killed their children, they still would vote Fine Gael. And I hate to say it, but that's literally what would happen. Like they would vote Fine Gael and come high moon or high water. Um, because they always grew up. That's the old style. Like they wouldn't, change the vote for anybody. Basically, that's what I'm trying to say. And it's that kind of thing that's fucked up the country here in the history. Yeah. Oh, but no, but I'm just saying. But if you watch that thing on OT, they did say it. I know Fianna Fáil didn't get the vote. They probably did what they get, but still they got in. They're still getting in. That's what I'm saying. And if you look at the votes, like the majority from the poll last night, the majority of people voting Fianna Fáil and Fianna Gael are people in their 60s, going into the late 70s, etc. They're the majority of people voting Fianna Fáil. Nobody young, no young person is voting Fianna Fáil or Fianna Gael. That's the thing. Like you've seen the poll. I don't know if you've seen the poll this morning, particularly. But the majority of younger people voted my age, 18 to 24, voted for Sinn Féin. I didn't vote for Sinn Féin, but just use for an example, like the majority of people, elderly people, did vote for Fianna Fáil and Fianna Gael, particularly 65 plus. They all voted for Fianna Fáil and Fianna Gael. And the only reason why a lot of them said it because the Fianna Fáil and Fianna Gael, if they didn't vote all the light, they holded the money in front of them, said we're going to increase the state pension. And that's pretty much what happened. So I don't know. It's kind of Fianna Fáil, Fianna Gael, and Sinn Féin won the election. In that way, I suppose it's not Sinn Féin, not yet. We don't know all the results. We have to wait and see. There hasn't been one seat counted yet. Like it's just kind of counting up the votes and tally, etc., etc. So we still don't know yet. But the Labour Party didn't do as well as they thought they would do. Like the Labour Party didn't do as well as they thought. And the same people for profit, they didn't do well. Into got more votes than people for profit, which is some kind of plus. Even though, I don't agree with Into and everything. At least they done better than people before profit in terms of votes. Social Democrats did well. Like Social Democrats did well enough. They probably didn't do as well as they thought they would do, but still they did well. There's no Social Democrats in Cavan. There's people before profit. There's no Labour Party, so there's none up this side of the country, but they did well on the other side. Yeah, also, yeah, that's right. Yeah, sorry. Just to correct that statement, everyone. Also, the 25 to 34 were high for Sinn Féin too. So that area, but anything after that, I remember looking this morning. And anything after that, it was all Fianna Gael and Fianna Fáil. You know yourself, when you get into your 39 to your 50 range, it was nearly all like Fianna Fáil, Fianna Gael. The same. The older you get, the more people just vote Fianna Fáil and Fianna Gael. But I think the majority of older people, like in the 65 and stuff, didn't think about young people who can't afford houses, etc., and have to emigrate. I don't think that even came to their minds, to be totally honest. That kind of thing, and especially immigration. I think they just think everything's fine in terms of immigration, and it doesn't seem like, particularly the main thing is really what people really said. It's more the cost of living, and as I said to you before, if you have no food on the table and you're struggling to pay the bills and you're going to be evicted from your house. At the end of the day, the people are more worried about that than people coming in from Timbuktu. And that's what this election shows, and I said it before too about it, that people are more worried about their own situation than the country situation, if that makes any sense. And that's what was shown here. It's the cost of living, the cost of housing, getting a house, etc., etc. If that makes any sense, you get what I'm saying. And it's the truth. It's the same in every other country. You see in the United States, take for example, the main thing for Americans was the price of gas, the price of groceries. Nothing else came really to mind to them. Even the border was high enough, but the main thing was the price of groceries, the price of petrol, etc., etc. Yeah. Oh, you see, but Sinn Féin was the only one kind of give people easy answers. So we get house and we do this, we do that, and we do the other. But they didn't never say whether we're going to get it, or whether we're going to do it, and how we're going to do it. Uh, but I don't know. As I said, the Irish people voted. They voted for the for change. Yeah, but see, I don't think anything ever changed because again, just going even back to COVID, like during COVID lockdowns, etc., etc. The carry on that happened in nursing homes, etc., etc. Like I can go on and on and on. The massive waste of money the last few years and many things. The National Children's Hospital, all that really came to nothing because the government are just going to do it again and again and again because nobody was ever held to account. This was the one time they could have been held to account. If they lost, say, 20% of the seats, they would probably maybe learn their lesson, maybe. But basically, there's no lessons learned because they're basically just getting back in again scot free. And that's the sad thing. They might lose a few seats here and there, but pretty much all's forgiven, all's forgotten. And that's the sad thing. And nothing will ever change, unfortunately. Because this was the first time, and it was the most important election, probably in the last 20 years. You know, um, it's yeah, that's what I'm saying. But nobody ever took that into account. That makes sense. Like migration, nobody ever thought about it. I don't think that came to many people's minds. It came to my mind, as I said, because that was the way I voted in terms of migration. But a lot of people didn't. Like I'm fortunate enough, uh, to have a decent enough wage and decent enough job. Not the greatest job. I don't get hundreds of millions a week. But I'm fortunate. But there's people I know that are not fortunate enough to have a good paying job and a decent a pension, etc., etc. Like there's people like that that are struggling day to day. Like I'm all right. I'm not, at the risk of being homeless, if that makes any sense. But for the only Irish Joe that's living off a paycheck every week and begging, like literally on the last needle before they're evicted, etc., etc. To a lot of them, immigration wouldn't be the main concern. It's just about housing themselves and their family and feeding themselves. And you kind of get it. It's about survival in their mind. But the people, take for example, like myself, you can look at the West, you can look at what's happening around you. But for other people, it's a very narrow-minded space because you're worried about yourself and feeding your family and feeding yourself. And I don't really blame people for that because at the end of the day, if you nobody else is going to look after yourself but yourself, and sadly, that's the truth. And that's the truth. If you don't look after yourself, nobody else will look after you. Unfortunately, and we've seen that time and time again. Like the government's not there for you if you're going to be homeless, etc., etc. You have to look out for yourself and for your family. And that's the way people voted majority in this election, it seems. Whatever keeps the food on the table, really, and that's really what people voted. Not so much for the immigration and stuff like that. Something that people just want to focus really on their own lives more than what's happening around them. If that makes any sense. And I don't know if that makes any sense to anybody. I don't know if that, but that's the way I see it, and I've seen it before, and I said it before. Um, because that seems to be majority Irish people that don't really take it. Like, take for example here, the OT are talking now about like they're saying about the poll from last night. They asked them what's the most concern for people, and they said housing and homelessness. Um, Hello, Kieran. How are you doing? The average, this the Irish way. Yeah, well, pretty much it's the Irish way, really, because nothing will ever change. It's going to be the same old, really. That's the sad reality of it. I don't think the ever can be changed, unfortunately. I might as well say it. I don't mean to be doom and gloom, but I do think it's just going to be the same old. Fianna Fáil, fine Gael. In 5 years' time, we'll be sitting here, it'll be Fianna Fáil, fine Gael. Next, when I'm 102, it'd be Fianna Fáil, fine Gael. So pretty much, so I drop dead. It's going to be Fianna Fáil, fine Gael. And God bless us and save us what it'll be like when I'm, nearly dead. So, but the country will help a state. Um, but like as it says here, housing and homelessness was the top worry for people, and then along with the cost of living houses, how Uh, yeah, so we're going to get the first couch in Dublin Northwest now in the next few minutes. So we see what happens there. But going on by OT's poll, the main thing was cost, like the homelessness and housing. And obviously that's true, housing is a big thing. And then the cost of living was after that too. So, you know, I don't know. Uh, so the way I see it at the moment, I know people have asked me this 100 times in terms of who I think is going to be governor. I do think it's Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael. Unfortunately, we have a majority. No, we're not a majority, but we need a smaller party, the Social Democrats, somebody, to go into coalition with them. So will the Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael have enough to go in together along with a smaller party, which I do think could be the Labour Party or Social Democrats. Like if they get the Social Democrats, they probably will have enough. Like them and the Social Democrats and Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, or the Labour Party. You know, they probably will have enough. And a few, maybe one or two independents, like Fine Gael independents. You know. Oh, give me 2 seconds. I just had the one downstairs. Apologies for that. Sorry. No, there's one coming in a second, the Dublin Southwest, and I said. So that's why, like, there's some done, but we're just waiting for them to do the force count. Like this, now it's the force count. So that's what we're waiting for. But there will be one now in the next few minutes. What one did I say it was? I can't remember. Dublin Northwest, sorry, excuse me. In terms of what? Like, do you mean in the participation and stuff? That was last night. Just going back to the figures, etc. etc. Yeah, like a tick tip. No, it was awfully. That was the highest. Sorry, it was awfully. Yeah, the awfully. Oh, this is the wrong thing. This is it. Yeah, just look at this for a second. Like this was from the poll last night. Extra Pro plus 65. Look at this. Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael. And you see how low Sinn Féin is in the rest of the parties, like Ian two and independent. But like all of them literally combined, if you combine this number together, you know, you have nearly 50% of this like the people the 5,000 people that were polled. You need a 50%. That's what I'm saying. So that's it's more the older people voted for Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael. I would probably do well enough, but I don't think they do as well as we thought. So I'm just listening to Mikey Healy, who's an independent TD for Kerry. He's just talking about things. Mm. Do. Yeah, well, so Mikey Healy is probably going to get elected, and Danny Healy, of course, too. There's no doubt about that, really. There's no really question there. So news coming in from Cavan Monaghan from the town. There's 25 boxes to go in Cavan and Monaghan at the moment, so we're nearly finished. They nearly finished the count in Cavan and Monaghan. So there's less than 10, as I say, 25 boxes. So the way it is at the moment, Matt Carty basically has 9,000 votes. He only needs another 1,000 to get 10,000 to get the quota, and then he'd be elected to double A1. And then obviously the other Sinn Féin wants 6,627 votes. Wabi Gallo, 6,618 votes. 86, so excuse me. David Maxwell, 5,848. News Threat, 5,332. So pretty much no change. Unfortunately, I don't think Sarah Wiley's going to make it, unless there's transfers. So unfortunately, my number one vote probably didn't. The person I voted for number one is not going to get in. But it looks to be. Maybe the 25 box might change it. I hear that Farrell Martin is just out to turn up to the County Set in Cavan, though. The Irish Freedom Party candidate. That's the message I just got there. I haven't heard about Limerick. I haven't heard anything yet. I don't know. I haven't heard. I wouldn't be surprised, but if anybody has any information about that in Limerick, please let me know. Because I actually haven't heard. I haven't heard much from Clare either. It's more everybody's too busy talking to the hutch, I think. But I don't know. I don't know. I hope not, but we'll see. Yeah, well, obviously Willie O'D to get in. Like he's been there since God's a Gosson. You know. Independents will never get in. All the best minds from the authorities and independents should put the minds together. Yeah, exactly. Like you see the National Alliance, etc., etc. But I think people again, everybody's not going to agree on everything. That's the thing. Like, there's nobody in the world that can agree on anything. Not anything. But like, even if we got 1,000 people, say if I came along now and got 1,000 people in this room and asked them about many different things, right? Not every one of them are going to say I agree with you 100%. Everybody's going to have their own view and ego, etc., etc. It's just very hard to walk around that, I suppose. But I do agree with you, Kieran, on that. But I don't think it's ever going to change because still, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if we had all the people together. You say, for example, all the parties, like apart from Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, and Sinn Féin, say you got the whole Labour Party working together with Social Democrats, with the Aintu, with Independent Ireland, with all the independents. Still, all them parties together combined, there still will be people that would go out straight away and vote Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael. So it still wouldn't matter, in my opinion. I think this election is a great show of it. It's just people will still vote for Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, regardless of what what happened. That's what I take, But I do agree with you on that. But obviously, with O'D too, just go back to your point, he will get elected. He's been there since God's a Gosson. He's longer there. He's part of the furniture and all that, if that makes any sense. But I haven't heard anything from Limerick. I'm looking that up now as we speak. Um, Also, I'm getting reports the Leicester Gordon Independent candidates are turning up to the court said though. Fallmount and King's Court is at 1,142 votes, according to the tally of night. So 90% of the vote now in Cavan has been counted. So Fallmount's on 1,142 votes, which is quite good, especially for the first time round. It's a very good show, and particularly because he's only got a lot of votes in Monaghan, which is unusual to him to say, because usually in Monaghan, Cavan people wouldn't get that many votes. Like Matt Carty got the majority of the votes in Monaghan, he didn't get them in Cavan. So I don't know. Can't find much out about what's happening in Limerick. But yes, the count's nearly finished in Cavan. So across the whole country, 80% of it is tallied. So this is what it looks like at the moment. Just bear with it. So before anybody loses their mind for a second, so this is the 80% of the whole country has been tallied, like the top people. So as it stands, this is the moment that blah, blah, blah. So Sinn Féin done like the poll was suggesting Sinn Féin would be the biggest party. That didn't materialise. But Fianna Fáil is the most popular party. Going by this, it's still 80%. There's still another 20%. But going by this, it'd be near enough. It'd probably be maybe 22, 23. Fianna Fáil, Fianna Gael probably be just behind. You know, it won't be much different basically. As I say, it's 80% nearly tallied. So that's pretty much what's going to happen. It's going to be Fianna Fáil, Fianna Gael. So Micheál Martin will be the Taoiseach again. Are we looking forward to that? Because Fianna Fáil is going to be the biggest party, so that means to be the Taoiseach. So, yes. So there you go. Never changes. The same old, same old. Yeah, it looks that way. You've seen it there. There's still another 20% to go, but let's be fair. It's either going to be Simon Harris or Micheál Martin. Like I don't think Sinn Féin's going to have the numbers unless they go into coalition government with the Labour Party, etc. But they'll need all the parties, you know. They should have went with the high kick them out. um, uh, pick your poison, yeah, pretty much. Pick your poison. Which one do you want? Because the two of them are poisons, so you never have much of a choice. It's either that or one away and emigrate. That's pretty much. There's the three choices for you. So which poison do you want? Like, you know. So that's pretty much it, because going by that, it's going to be Fianna Fáil. So, which the poll was completely wrong. Like they said, Fianna. Do you remember last night I was saying Fianna Fáil? Do you remember they were saying Sinn Féin would get the most votes and Fianna Gael would be second and Fianna Gael would be third. So this is completely wrong. So unless the 20% is still left to count, unless that changes, you know. But there's no hope of anything changing, unfortunately, because I don't see really many independents getting in. To be totally honest with you, so I don't think there's going to be a miracle, unfortunately, unless there's something changes somewhat. Uh, so when 90% of the votes tallied, well, I hate to say it, but the West has fallen. Like generally, in my own head, I think Ireland has fallen. Um, so this is Cavan Mullen, so it's still 90, so we're near enough there. Cavan Mullen. So Matt Cowty, there's nobody going to catch up with Matt Cowty. Like he's on 8,000, as I said. Here's the poll, 8,000. Like he's just gone. Like he's like just it's not no hope of anybody catching Matt Cowty now. I do feel sorry for Jimmy. I give him my 6th vote. 22 votes. He didn't get that many. But see, not many people knew of them. I didn't like these two independents here, Fergal Dara and Joseph Duffy. I knew nothing about them. I even asked people who they were that are up from Monaghan, and they didn't even know who they were. So I couldn't tell you what they were for. No, I didn't see one of them, basically. Make any sense? Like Shane P. O'Reilly, I thought he'd do better. Shane P. O'Reilly, he didn't do that great. Sarah O'Reilly did well. 5,000 votes for Into in Cavan, which is near enough. 5,000, yeah. Like Into did very well. You can see here, this is Sinn Féin. Sinn Féin went away with it. Like Matt Cowdy got the majority of votes for Sinn Féin. Fine Gael, like no, it's Sinn Féin, Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, Into Independent Ireland, and Irish Freedom Party. The Irish Freedom Party will be the next, and then non-party, then People for Profit, then the Greens. Like I don't know who voted for the Greens. Where was this Green Party for? You only got 76 votes in Cavan and 331 in Monaghan. Why is everybody in Monaghan voting Green Party? Where is Fallon Martin's votes? Because it's 1,136 Fallon Martin got. So 1.82% of the vote. Like this is hard in your eyes. Mark Malone got 155. Where is Lester Gordon? He's up here somewhere. There we are. 862. So this is the breakdown too of the people. So you can see Independent Ireland didn't do too well. So N2 did very, very good. You know, in terms of that. The Green Party didn't do well. Liberty Republic did well-ish, again, especially because I didn't hear the candidate before. So he done well to get that. And the National Party won 5-5. 1,136. So like the People for Profit 864. That's surprising because the woman that was won for the People for Profit wasn't even from Cavan or Monaghan. But you can just see the numbers for the big parties. It's insane. But just again to give you a better say, like no, in fairness to Northern Sound, really only for this I wouldn't understand it really. But you can see Matt Cowdy's not even on the screen. Like he's just gone. Like, his thing's way over here. This is Fallon Mountain here. This is Mark Malone, and there's Pauline Tuddy, etc. Then, but yeah, it's just off the screen. Like that just shows you that there was no hope of stopping him. Here you're fucked. Yeah, if you average Joe, you're fucked. If you're a banker or a bondholder or a big developer, you're all right. But if you're an ordinary Irish Joe, you're fucked. Pretty much in the nicest possible tone. I don't mean to be doom and gloom, but that's pretty much it. For the Irish middle class, etc., and the Irish working class. A lot of that, as I said to you earlier on, it's pretty much the last name in the coffin for a lot of young only Joes that work on a 9 to 5. It's pretty much the last name in the coffin for them because they have no choice but to leave because nothing will ever change. So that's the only thing. So that's pretty much it. I could see now within the next few weeks to be hundreds of young people leaving in the droves. So it's going to be 10 times worse now. And then the other people from Timbuktu, etc., be coming in to take their place. So with the Irish people leaving, people from Timbuktu coming in, it wouldn't make much sense, but that's the way it is, really. RT, yes. Yeah, but Regina Dotty is some other one. I see Francis Fitzgerald was on it too earlier on. The Wolves. Oh, at least the Green Party. The one thing I say I'm happy about is the Green Party was sent back to the Stone Age. Oh no, Eamon Ryan. It's Eamon Ryan. Yes, Eamon Ryan. Yes, I just seen that myself. It's Eamon Ryan. You're the one to blame, Eamon Ryan. We're blaming you. At least the Irish people seen through Eamon Ryan and knew what he was up to. On your bike, Eamon. Goodbye. On your bike. Get on his bike and go. He's only after waking up. He thinks he won the election. Like, you see him there, he thinks he won the election. He probably just woke up and it's like, oh, did I win? That's what he's like. He probably thinks he won. I would go off on your bike, take your bicycle shed with you. That's what people would go off on your bike and go somewhere else. So, it's fair to say nobody liked Eamon Ryan. Get on your horse, yeah. He can go with his bicycle to Mongolia. Well, he can bring his bicycle shed with him too. That's a good question because if anybody's listening to Eamon Ryan at the moment, that's the only good kind of conciliation here. Where's the remote? Yeah. Oh, well, you have to listen to poor Eamon Ryan here. So. Company, what? The Green Party finishing. Safe face, yeah. Oh yeah, it's as dreadful as you can get. So, like, I think he just after waking up. Eamon Ryan's this is his wake up time. Like, he only gets up at this time, Eamon Ryan. So he wouldn't know. I don't know. I don't think I would rather Eamon Ryan because I wouldn't rather any of them, to be totally honest. Like, if I had to pick my choice, I'd rather pick Jump Into the Sea. That's what I would pick instead of picking one of them. Because Eamon Ryan, he fall asleep. Funniest thing, when I go up to this conference thing in Dublin, it's going to be in the convention centre where the doll is at that time. So I'm going to go and sit in his seat that he fell asleep on, and I'm going to fall asleep that time in the convention centre when I go to that big do that time with Santa, etc., etc. That's what I'm going to do because it's in the convention centre where Eamon Ryan fell asleep. So you're going to see me falling asleep in the convention centre anytime anybody else is on the stage, apart from Santa, of course. Any other time I'm going to fall asleep. I'm going to be like Eamon Ryan and snow the place down. Uh-oh. The West has fallen. That was a good. No, that's not bad. Minister Adrian Logan. Yeah, he's falling asleep. The only time I won't be falling asleep when Santa's up on the stage, of course. That's the only time I'm going to be awake. Apart from that, any other time, because there'll be other people on, they'll be just talking waffle. So why would I listen to waffle? So that's where I'm going to be. That's where the thing is in the convention set, though. So hopefully, I get to see where Eamon Ryan fell asleep. And I can be like, this is where Eamon Ryan fell asleep. That time when he was in the convention set, though. So, Minister Adrian Logan is just falls asleep. Like at this stage, I'm just waiting for the first few counts. Like, are they gone to sleep or something? Like, is people just shell shocked? I'll talk about ice cream now. It's very dark. Like, it's very miserable looking outside now. It must be. Here's the conspiracy theory. Here, does anybody hear a conspiracy theory? Did anybody want to hear a conspiracy theory for a second? Does anybody like to hear a conspiracy theory for a second? Yes. Hear me out now. You know the way Holly Collins has had a child. Hear me out. And then obviously she'll be on maternity leave. Like, she's not going to be back in the fourth stall, right? Do we understand so far? Do we get me so far? Because obviously she's not going to be back in the door in December. Take for example, the government's formed. Because obviously she's still having maternity leave. She's been entitled to time off with her child from maternity leave, right? Do we get me so far? Do you get me? He's with me. So hear me out. The Santa Marin is going to come over and take over the Social Democrats instead for a while. Because it all makes sense, because she's coming in the beginning, the first week in January. So it all makes sense. When you put two and two together, you get the answer. So Santa Marin's coming back to save the Social Democrats in Ireland. So she's going to be the leader of the Social Democrats until Holly Collins gets off maternity leave. So it makes perfect sense. So but it's a weird coincidence, I suppose, too. That's literally after the first, literally the first week in January. That's Anna Marin's over here. Do tell us more, yeah. But then, no, that's I take. Coincidence. I take not. No, but it is just a weird coincidence, because Holly Collins obviously be off maternity leave in the next few months. So, and it's a coincidence that she's coming over in the first week in January. Like the 7th or so, the 7th of January. back from Tony. No, I'm saying that Santa. Like, obviously, it's not going to be Matoni Eve. It's going to be on into probably it'd be January or so before Harley Cohn's probably back in Dáil. So that's what I'm saying. Santa Mountain will take her seat for the moment in Dáil. You get what I'm saying? So Santa Mountain is sitting the Dáil until Holly Cohn's is back, if that makes any sense. So that's my point. Santa Mountain's going to take over the leadership of the Social Democrats until Holly Cohn's comes back. It makes perfect sense, you know. So she'd be sitting in Dáil as the leader of the Social Democrats. So that's what I'm saying. It makes perfect sense when you add two and two together. It makes sense. That's a foul conspiracy theory. All three should cover it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's going to be a long time. So why not have Santa Mountain to take over for it? Yeah, like he's in third place, the Social Democrats have, yeah. It's a long way to Tipperary. It's a long way. I'm going to run down and get tea. Is that okay? So I'll be back in literally 2 minutes. Because you need a lot of tea. Because it is very tiring. Like, especially the last few days. Especially yesterday, I was up, like, God only knows how many hours. From 4 o'clock, it was up to literally, it was 12:30 last night. And I was up to this morning at 7:30. 7 o'clock, so not 7:30, 7 o'clock. So it's a long few days, basically. So you do get a bit tired. You need to kind of get the tea level. So it'll be 2 seconds. Thank you. Sorry, I ran away. Everybody left me when I came. The finish are coming. Oh no! But we need the finish. Like that's the only people we need over here. We need people to shit. Like we need the people to kick the shit out of it. I have to check and see what's happening. So at the moment in Cavan, this is important now. At the moment, it's 95% the full count in Cavan. Matt Carty's still on the lead. The second Finn Parsons in the lead. Robbie Gallagher is there on David Maxwell. So that's what's happening. Well, yeah, I have to figure this out. See, I've been kind of slacking out the last hour. I've been defeatist. Very defeatism. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just looking things up there. Same. No, yeah, it's pretty much the same. The only thing is different is the Green Party have been set back to the Stone Age. You know what? I kind of agree with this statement, to be honest. I show you now. What we need to do across the whole country, we need to do this. We need to stop the count. Like we need to stop the count. That's what we need to do. Stop this count. Stop the count. That's how we. That's how we win. We stop them. See, I don't suggest we do that for 1 second, but hmm. Oi, fitto. So it's going to be fine fall, fine gale, and fine fall, fine gale, fine fall. Fine fall, fine gale. There's not really much other information coming out now. I don't know. I haven't heard much about from down Cork that way. We heard at the beginning, not so much now. Paul Murphy's talking, not Paul. Is it Paul Murphy? Yeah, that's who's talking lower T now. Oh well, like I haven't heard much about anything else then. Carl Nolan got in. Yeah, Martin McGuire is going to get in. It's pretty much guaranteed Martin McGuire is going to get in. So at least that's something. Posting up there on his YouTube channel. What the fuck is it? Yeah, excuse my famous. Yeah. Basically said Sinn Féin video. Yeah, but pretty much it's pretty much guaranteed in Cavan that it's going to be. Uh, it depends on the transfers, but obviously, Matty, no, not Matty McGuire. What do you call it? Him, Matt Carty. It's pretty much done. Oh, I see what you're talking about here. I won't play it here, but just briefly look through them here. Hello, late. How are you doing? Not the best results today, is it? Yeah, but I think he's gone. Like, going by this, going by what Northern Sound was saying, I'll show you now. But I don't think he's back in it yet. I'll show you why, what I think that. Like, I think he got confused. I think he probably taken off Robbie Gallo. Like, this is the night, it's 95% as of 9 minutes ago. Unless he came in the last few minutes, he's taking a probably Robbie Gallo. That's what I think. I think he's mixing Robbie Gallo up with Brendan Smith, and that makes any sense. That's what I think he's doing. I think he's doing that by mistake. Because Robbie Gallo's Fianna Fáil is up in Monaghan. But yeah, these are the top five candidates. There's only 5 seats in Cavan Monaghan, so it's pretty much confirmed Matt Cowley's going to get in, and the other Sinn Féin. But I think I think he's getting confused a bit with wished. As soon as we spoke, he's not wrong, Matt. So I retract every statement I have because as soon as I said that, here we are. I retract that statement. Like he knew more. But he knew before I even popped up. There we are. So I retract that statement from Batman. Farm Mountain's 100% right because literally as soon as I said that, here we go. West Cavan. This is this area. Brendan Smith could be. He would be very popular up around this area, like in this part. This is my area, West Cavan. So apologies for that, Brian. I got it wrong. Sorry, apologies. I was just going by the other things. Like before that, 9 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, he wasn't anywhere here, but he's creeping up now. So he barely might just knock Pauline Tully out of it. So you could be right. He could be right. But I don't know if it's going to make much difference. I wouldn't mind, but literally as soon as I was talking about it, it just popped up. I should have probably kept my mouth shut for a second to see what was the situation from West Cavan. He's on 5. Oh, here's the thing 559. Oh, he might actually just done it. He can follow Mountains probably right. He actually probably just done it. So that means Pauline Tully's gone, pretty much. If this is true, it's 96% of the tally. The rest of the box. So this is this box. So my box has probably been open now. Not my box, but Butters Bridges box. And Bay about Talbot in the back line up that end. Because this is West Cavan. So they left us to last. That's a disgrace. But anyway, I apologize for that. I got that on again, just to say. I didn't know at the time until it just popped up in front of my screen. Like it literally just popped up when I was saying about it. But yeah, just to say Val Mountain's 100% right. I thought he was getting confused with Robbie Gallo. Because that's what I thought he was. But anyway, long story short, I was wrong. Just to say, I holding your hands up. I didn't get listen to the whole video. I had to, because I didn't know. I only listened to the first few seconds. Though. Just listen to when I'm in the back. Sorry, I'm just listening because I have to, and listening to this and then listening to that. There's a lot going on. I was probably right, but I listened to the rest of it later on. Because we'll probably get updated results now in a second. What's that? Like when we get the final tally in Cavan on, we can go through it. But basically, long story, which I didn't know at the time about it. We probably should keep an eye out because this will be a big comeback. Because what I mean to say, just to say Brian and everybody else, just in case, like this only came 3 minutes ago. I was going by this, like as you see here for the last few times. When the Smith wasn't even here, like even an hour ago, he wasn't anywhere near the top. So that's where I was going by. That he wasn't even up. Like Neve Smith was there. Neve Smith's gone down, but I like that's what I'm saying. So maybe Neve Smith probably won't get in. Maybe it depends on I suppose how the things go transfers. But that's what I was going by 13 minutes ago. So that's just to say. So obviously, Farman probably would know because he was there as well from the captain. Like, this is probably a bit behind, in terms of that. But yeah, but Brendan Smith's from the town. He's from Cavan. He's from Bumboy, sorry, not from the town. So this is this part of Cavan, West Cavan. That's where he's from. So he would do very well up in this area. So I don't know if it's going to be enough, but is it going to be enough? That's the next question. Is it enough to keep him going? Like, is it enough to keep his seat? We're supposed to find out. So we see. Yeah, I haven't heard much in Cork, you see. But definitely hasn't been a good day for independents and stuff like that in Cavan. And smaller parties hasn't been a good day for us in Cavan. Uh, they look very concerned, Sinn Féin. Look at some of the photos. Well, it seems like he would get a seat. It does seem like we're not saying yet. It's still early days yet, but he looks very likely to take the last seat. So we'll see what happens. Late lunch, no bother. Later, no bother, no bother. I didn't even get a tea. See, I didn't know they were doing West Cavan, the last ones. I thought they already had West Cavan done. That just shows you what I know, to be don't answer. Like, I'm surprised they didn't do West Cavan first. You know, I'm surprised they didn't do it from that. They probably went a different way. Yeah, they've probably done Mullahorn, now like up Mullahorn and what the Mount Nugent and all that, but in Virginia, etc., up that direction. Then they started, then they came to the side, came out from the other side. That's why what they did. Surprised they didn't start from the top of the county up down. You know, would have made sense to do that. You know. It most likely depends. It all depends. Like it all depends on the transfers if he gets enough. But it does look very likely because the media are having a meltdown at the moment. So I presume they know themselves. It's okay. Yeah, obviously, he still counts, doesn't he? We'll take a mug of tea. The West has fun. Yeah, there's that much information, as I say, but we go through it already. Like, see, things can change. Do you remember a few hours ago? I was sitting here by Cavan and Monaghan, and I was saying Neve Smith was on number second. Like, just to show you, because things can change, like, even with the trans force, etc., etc. Like, even boxes, things have changed. Like, just to go back to Cavan Monaghan, like, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying too much. I'm waiting to see what the trans force say. Like, take, for example, it was 95%. You remember this? Keep these names in mind, take, for example. Like, you remember 2 hours ago? Let's go back to 2 hours ago. You remember an hour ago, even just an hour ago, we all knew Matt Kelly was on top. But at one stage, Neve Smith was second. Can we go back to that just so? Yeah. So 2 hours ago, Neve Smith was second. Right. So Matt Kelly always did. There was nobody going to stop him, basically. But Neve Smith was second, right? So as the day went on, 75. So we can see Neve Smith went down when it got to 80. So them few boxes that they opened in the meantime took her down from there to there. So she lost votes, what I'm trying to say. And then she went to an hour ago down, then she was completely gone. So, yeah. And this is kind of the updated one now. So things can change. But I'm surprised by Wally Gabba. I didn't think he would do as well. We see. See, things can change. Like, things did change. Because as I said to you before, I didn't know they didn't do West Cavan. Like, Brendan Smith's a long time as a TD. That's what I'm trying to say. So you would have that old vote, them very loyal voters. So that's what I was thinking. That's why I was like, how could Neve Smith get them votes? Because Neve Smith, you know, isn't the OT bit. What she did when she was on the Public Accounts Committee, people are very rubbed the wrong way around here about it. So, you know, that's what I was looking. But anyway, I suppose you don't know to all the votes are in. Like, all of them are not finished yet. As it says, 96% have counted, so there's still another few left. So I should have went into the count center, but they wouldn't have let me. They wouldn't have let me go into the count center because I would ask too many questions, and they wouldn't want that. Like, I drive them mad. Like, I would drive generally the candidates mad. Like, that's where they wouldn't let me. They generally wouldn't let me in because I couldn't help it but ask them some tough questions, and I drive them up the bend. So, long story short, I wouldn't be let in. Especially the local media would have a fit if I went in the door. Because they'd be like, oh, God, there's this fella. Who's the new president? It's probably going to be Micheál Martin. Fianna Fáil seems the most popular party. So he'd be the Taoiseach on the Taoiseach. And Simon House probably the Taj. No. We see what happens. It's still early yet, we see. But it's hard to know at the moment. Like, it's definitely going to be Fianna Fáil or Fine Gael, really. It's either one of the two. It's either going to be Simon Howes or Micheál Martin, pretty much. There's no really other people that can be the Taoiseach or Prime Minister. Like, this is like this. I never seen a truer statement in my life. Just look at this statement for a second. Read this statement here for a second. Maybe every Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael photo. Maybe I like the misery. This is a Father Ted reference. But yeah, this is the most truest statement ever. Maybe we'll like them. Maybe the Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael photos like the misery in life, and like seeing people suffer, etc., etc. Because that seems to be what the Irish people voted for today. They like the misery, So there you go. Yeah, probably. I say it'd be Bertie Ahern, the president. I do say it will be. I don't think Jerry Allen will, but Bertie Ahern probably will. Okay, there's update from 2 boxes left. Okay. So we have a vote from Cavan Monaghan at the moment. So there's only 2 boxes left in County Cavan and County Monaghan at the moment. So we're going to have the final result now in County, the big moment. So as it says, 2 boxes are left until the voting tally is completed a few seconds ago. So we're going to know. So this is the moment, really, pretty much in Cavan Monaghan, who is going to really be our TDs and the 5 TDs. We already know Matt Cowley. Nobody can really stop him. So there's all at the bottom. So hopefully, what does it say? Sarah O'Reilly gets into the last one, hopefully. So if you're just saying about John McGuck in Loud, Fine Gael Senator, it's only pro 5%. I wonder why. I wonder why. I wonder. It's a mystery. Why would nobody vote for this one? Minister Stephen Allen is in trouble with the National. We already know this an hour ago. Don't only telling us now. I've been saying this for the last 3 hours. That it's Jovan. The West has fallen. We see what happens. There's only 2 boxes left, so hopefully my vote will matter some way, shape and form. Because they're counting up this area, the votes in this area. Even though, it make more sense. Like, I'm at the top of County Cavan. Where's the pen? Where's any kind of pen? I've lost my good pen. Oh, no, the West has truly fallen. Oh, it's here in front of me. And I wouldn't mind looking there. Like, I'm on the top. Here's the top of County Cavan there, for example. So this is the top here, right, of County Cavan. And, they walk your way down. I thought they were walking the way down the side of Cavan, down towards, the other side, like walking from Black Lion downwards. But they must have went from Virginia upwards to the county, which didn't make that doesn't make any sense. But look at it, because I thought the West Cavan votes for this area were counted long ago. Like, I didn't know that nobody specifically said that they wouldn't left to last. So, but definitely Brendan Smith would. Like, I agree with Father Martin that he would get a good few votes up this end because he's from Banboy. Banboy is only up the road there, from near Ballyjim Stuff. Not Ballyjim Stuff. Ballyconnor. I'm mixing myself up. Ballyjim Stuff apparently is in West Cavan now. So, but he would be well known. He lives in the town, through Cavan, so he's going to get a good few votes around here. So that might be just enough to take him over the line. Which is quite different to what I was saying earlier on, because at earlier stages earlier on was Steve Smith, who we thought would get in, and Brendan Smith would lose his seat. You get what I'm saying. So it's weird. It is weird how it works. Hello, David. How are you doing? It's not bad, but it could be worse. I don't know what to say to that, but it's not too bad. Not yet. Give it a week or two and we'll be waiting. Yeah, but the presidency, you have to remember, you need to get the reference from the county council. You need 20 members of the Oireachtas, first of all, to run for the presidency. So you have to get 20 TDs or 20 senators to support you to run for the presidency. And that's very difficult. And then also along with that, you need the support of local authorities. You need the support of 5 local authorities. Isn't it 5 or 4 local authorities? So say, for example, if I was running for the presidency, I need the support of 20 senators or TDs. And I would need the support of the local authority, Cavan County Council, Monaghan County Council, Meath County Council, Westmeath. It's just not like you just put your name forward and you're there. it's a lot of trick about the presidency over here. You know. Yes, I remember that. I remember it. I remember. I'm not that old yet. So breaking news: the tally is nearly completed in Cavan. Like, imagine Cavan used to be known as the worst place anything because it takes years. So 2 boxes left. The tally is almost complete. So we're nearly finished. So we nearly have the results. Basically, what I'm trying to say in Cavan Monaghan. So we see what happens. We see hopefully so it doesn't look good for Val Martin or Mark or Lester Gordon, unfortunately. It doesn't look good for them, unfortunately. Because I don't think the 2 boxes will have enough. Particularly in this side of Cavan, it's far away from where they are based, I suppose. But I could be wrong. Again, I've been wrong many times before. I suppose we just wait and see because this is the big one now. But again, there's transfers and stuff like that, so it's not all set in stone yet, I suppose. Like that's just the thing. It'd be different than like it was in Finland, take for example. We're in Finland now. Whoever comes first, basically. There's no such thing as transfers, etc., etc. So say, for example, I get 22,000 votes, right? Say for argument's sake, I get 22,000 votes. You get in because you got 22,000 votes, and the other person underneath you gets in because they got 21. Over here, it's not like that. There's transfers, etc., etc. It can go like that. It's a different system altogether compared to the highest person wins, and that makes sense. There's transfers and all that. Things can change, so it's hard to know. It's just generally very hard to know. I'm sure you would agree. Like it's not an easy enough system. Like transfers and stuff. It's a bit of a confucker, I think. So Jack Chambers topped the poll anyway in his constituency. I think we knew that whole day this morning. At least that was shown this morning that we could see that was what was happening there. Like things can change in elections, things can change, but not too drastically. Anyway, like not likely that some far right person will get in. Maybe in some area they will, but not drastically. So we should see. Where's me whiskey? Whiskey, any knockouts? I don't think any constituency yet. There should be because some of there's ones in the city, Dublin City, that are finished. Like Cavan's nearly finished there. The last 2 boxes, as they say, they're doing. So they should do it soon because they're probably waiting. They're probably double checking and stuff like that. So we won't know yet. That's what I'm waiting for. Then we find out what's happening because people be knocked out, etc., etc. There'll be votes transferred, and we can see what's happening. Because at the moment we don't know. So what's that? Only the people who have huge amount of votes, if that makes any sense. Yeah, I seen that earlier on. I was showing it. But it was okay, say, for example, you were just voting. Like I think you said you only voted one person. Like, say, for example, you only voted one person, like, you only voted one. Say you went into the ballot and you only voted the top vote. You give him number 1. You could put an X on it if you wanted to, because you only voted for one person, But it doesn't make any sense why you would do it if there was 20 people you were voting for, If you were just voting for one, obviously if you put an X, that means you want that person. If it was just one candidate. But I think people probably just done it in protest too. Some people probably just done it in protest just to do it on purpose. Or people maybe just got confused and think there was the referendum. Maybe people just got like the referendum because in the referendum you just put a takeaway, put an X in the box. It's a lot simpler than the general election, if that makes any sense. Because there's a lot more options, etc., than the general election compared to the referendum, where it's 2. You have 2 choices. Yeah. If that makes any sense. Do now. So yeah, no budget. abolish the Seanad's on. OT is still having a meltdown over Gerald Hutch. Like Regina Doherty's literally shaking in the boots there. Like Regina Doherty's literally having a fit over Joey Hutch could be in the door. Well, to be totally honest, all Quinn was in the door anyway, so it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any difference. We don't know. Yeah, we want to abolish the Seanad, and we went into the Seanad. There'll be new senators then too. Oh, Timmy Dooley done well in Fianna Fáil. Did he? I think he did do well. In Clare, sorry. Yeah. I had to listen to poor Pauline O'Reilly this morning. I don't think she got in. Did Pauline O'Reilly get in? Did anybody hear anything about the common good? Did any common good going around? Yeah, well, I do agree that no currency probably the best, but it's good, I suppose, in the way when you go across the European Union. But I don't think that'll ever happen. All that's gone out the window, unfortunately, today. Like that's not going to happen now, unfortunately, Eddie. It'd be different if it went a different way, but it's not going to happen with Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, or even Sinn Féin too. It's not going to happen. Oh, it's now complete. It's done. So the Cavan Monaghan constituency is done. So I think this is the final count for the moment, and obviously transfers, etc., etc. So we have it. Finally, we have Cavan Monaghan done. Usually, it's the last country place in the God we have it now. Where the fuck am I? Sorry. I'm that excited about it. So obviously, straight away, Sinn Féin absolutely went away with it. So by the skin of his teeth, unless something happens, transfers, etc., Brendan Smith has came back from it. Brendan Smith has done it. Like he has done it. Like in fairness, I thought he was done for. He has done it. Like in fairness to Brendan Smith, he has done it. Like I take back everything I said earlier on. Like he did do it. In fairness to Brendan Smith, he has done it. I like this earlier on this morning. I thought he was done for. So he done it. He just barely done it, but he done it. Neve Smith's gone. So Neve Smith's gone, completely gone, unless she gets transfers. So she's gone, really. Neve Smith's gone. But the biggest thing about it is, and this is the total vote. Look at that Sinn Féin vote. 32% of the Cavan people in Monaghan too voted for Sinn Féin. Like, look at that. Like that's scary. That's really, really scary for anybody that ever, like even like myself going for the, if I ever was going for the local town election here again or the general election, like that's scary. That's pretty scary. That huge vote. Uh, Fianna Fáil's vote is huge. Like look at that too. It's huge too. Fianna Gael's is down. But see, it would be a bigger vote. Like I'm just saying it straight. Fianna Gael lost their seat. Yeah, Pauline Tully McCarthy. Sinn Féin has 3 seats. Oh God. Yeah, Fianna Gael lost their seat. Yeah, Fianna Gael didn't keep Heather Humphrey's seat. Unless the transfer worked out. So they lost their seat. Fianna has lost their seat in Cavan Monaghan. Oh God, that changes everything. Like Sabina Gael has lost the seat, so it's a huge Sinn Féin. I just have to notice this. It's Pauline Tully McCarthy. So 3 Sinn Féin TDs for Cavan and Monaghan, along with 2 Fianna. So it's basically just 3 Sinn Féin, 2 Fianna Fáil. Like they didn't. So Heather Humphreys not won and fucked them over. Fianna Gael got fucked over because Heather Humphreys didn't go. Wow. That's really something. Particularly because remember this morning, Calma Brady was there. Like I'm gobsmacked. Like I thought Fianna Gael would keep one of the seats, and poor Sarah Wiley didn't get in. It's a pity. Um, so here's the total count. As you see, Irish Freedom Party didn't well. No, Ain2 did well. So it's Sinn Féin, Fianna Fáil, Fianna Gael, Ain2, Independent Ireland, non-party. No, actually, sorry. No, yeah, Irish Freedom Party done more. So let's go through it. So obviously, Calma Brady earlier on was doing well. She only got 4,000. So this morning she was doing really well. So that must have been the whole area to open the ballot. Give me a moment. I wouldn't mind. There was a man from the Couts that just after winging me. He's literally calling me from the Couts set though, and he said, "Did you see the figures? Did you see all this?" And I'm like, "I'm looking at it as I'm speaking. So why are you winging me when I'm looking at it as I'm speaking?" Like he rang me because he didn't think I'd seen the thing. So at least he rang me. In fairness, at least he was going to tell me because he did say he was going to go to it and he was going to tell me the last results. So in fairness, he did. But we still have transfers and stuff. He said he'd keep me up to date with what's happening. I think he was talking. He didn't say much, but I think he was talking to someone. So we have Leicester Gordon 918 votes, which I'm surprised with Leicester Gordon because he done very well in the local town election. Like he done extremely well in the local town election. So I don't know, was it because people didn't know him outside of his own area or what was it? Obviously, the people before profit did 962, which is not bad. I thought the dude was. Val Martin 1,249. David Max or Fine Gael, like that's a lot. But he still didn't get in. Poor Jimmy didn't get in either. Mark Malone 179, 514 for Shane Mulligan. Where's Sarah Wiley? Shane P. Wiley 3,000. Sarah Wiley 5,918. 80. So maybe she will get transfers. Hopefully she will. Because I would rather her take a Sinn Féin. If she took this seat of Sinn Féin, I'd be a lot happier. But Sinn Féin has 3 seats as it stands. 3 seats in like in Cavan. And Sinn Féin never had 3 seats in Dáil Éireann for Cavan and Monaghan. And 2 Fianna Fáil seats. So poor Niamh Smith's gone too, it seems to be. Unless she transferred. Oh yeah, well she needs another 1,000 or so. She would need another 1,000, yeah. Like Brendan Smith has it. Like only West Cavan saved Brendan Smith. This area Cavan saved him. Like that's what happened. Only for this area Cavan he would have been gone. So only for that he's very very lucky. Brendan Smith. He just got in. Like he just got it in West Cavan. Like this morning, if you watch my live stream earlier on, it was gone. Like look at Matt Carty's one. Matt Carty's one's not even on the screen. Like that's how bad. That's how much he done. Like look at Matt Carty just off the screen. There's Pauline Tully's one. Brendan Smith's one's there. Yeah, Niamh Smith's all the way back here. There's no chats. Niamh Smith's gone. That thing with OT Willie. Again, that's democracy, what happens. But I'm really surprised Robbie Gallagher done well. I'm really surprised in that. I would do well. But Fine Gael, notice no Fine Gael. So Heather Hovey's leaving has really fucked Fine Gaels up in fields. Because Heather Hovey's would have been guaranteed the same as Matt County, over 12,000 votes or so. You know. Wow, I'm shocked to be honest with it. So yeah, there you go. Matt County got 13% of the vote. There you go. Did you check? We'll probably find out soon enough. But there you go. Yeah, you've seen this. In fairness, he did win. He did say it to me to win, but he probably didn't think I was paying attention to, because I was too busy giving out fuck about everything else in the country. But there you go. There's this results in Cavan, the full tally. Still now, remember this transfer, etc. Everything could change. But as it stands, it's going to be true Fianna Fáil, Tree Sinn Féin. Again, that's all if the transfers work out. The force count's going to take place in 10 minutes in Cavan. So in 10 minutes' time, the force count's going to take place in Cavan. So we're going to know in 10 minutes' time who's going to get eliminated, the force people to get eliminated. So there we go. So we have a count in Cavan, the force count. That's going to be who has the so the way the Irish democracy system works, whoever has the lowest amount, say for example, poor Jimmy there, he has 40 something votes. He's going to be eliminated, and the votes will be distributed to the other candidates. If that makes sense, like transfers. That's what they call vote transfers. So we see what happens, because that could be all to play for. Because you remember early on this morning, there was a completely different situation in Cavan. Neve Smith looked like she was going to run away with it for Fianna Fáil. That's what it was like this morning. Brendan Smith wasn't even on the charts, and all of a sudden now we have a different style. And Sinn Féin has 3 seats. You know, it's really can change, and it shows it can change. Because this morning I thought it was done the way I was looking at it. Because I thought they'd done the big area, like this area, Cavan Town, Butlersbridge, Beltobert. This is the most population in the county, in the constituency. Because this is the majority. Cavan Town has 11,000, 12,000 people in it, which is in this part of the county. And Beltobert has another 1,000 or so, and Ballyconnor has probably another 1,000. And then if you add up other parts of the Killashandra, take was have nearly another 1,000 people. Other parts, Beltobert, Buttersbridge, as I say, other places, it would have the most population within the tree, like in Mullen and Cavan, this part of the county. And that's what saved Brendan Smith, and because he's from this part of the county. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Sorry about that, Evan. No, I just went downstairs. Put the cup down. because there's too much of me. There's papers there, there's tablets there, there's a computer here, there's everything in my way. And there's not much space to have all this one. So we see what happens. So in 10 minutes' time, they're doing the first count in cavan and Monaghan. So that means somebody be distributed and all that. Tim Dooley tops the poll in Clare. Cathal Quo comes second. Donny McGarty, Sinn Féin. Fila Dan Wayne, you probably remember she was in Sinn Féin and she was signed. She done awful. She didn't do well at all, Fila Dan Wayne. She's not coming back to Dáil Éireann. So, yeah, Timmy Dooley done well. Oh. But there you go. Val Mountain was white. But in fairness to Brendan Smith and stuff, I'm happy enough that Brendan Smith got in Fianna Fáil. I'm not that happy that Robbie Gallo got in, but because as I said in the video, he's not the worst of them in Fianna Fáil. He's somebody that's not that bad. And that's what I draw myself. But no, I won't be drawing myself. But yeah, it is what it is. At the end of the day, it is democracy. That's what democracy is. You have to accept it and try and build from that, etc., etc. Like, that's the thing. You try and build up from that, and try to be better next time, hopefully. Because there's nothing we can do. That's just the way the people have decided, and you have to respect that, unfortunately. Peter Buck topped the poll. Robert Troy, leading Robert Troy. So Robert Troy is getting elected again. Soka Clark is getting elected to Dáil Éireann, and Peter Buck too. YNL will be happy with that. I know, but as I said to you before, it's the best system. Then dictatorship, etc., etc. It'd be even worse if imagine in the morning. Well, this is kind of a dictatorship nearly at the moment, but it'd be even worse. God forbid if, say, for example, Leo Varadkar was like, not Leo Varadkar, Simon Howes became a dictator. Emphasis on the dick. Bit. Yeah, we fairies. But everybody knew that the Healy waves were going to run away with it. They would run away with it then because nobody else spoke to anybody else but the Healy waves. I don't know about Michelle Keaton. I didn't see anything yet from Michelle Keaton, just to say. Yeah, Robert Troy is just, he's vote for anything. He generally would vote for everything. But I'm just saying that's what the people of that area voted for. Robert Troy, who else was it? Soka Clark and Peter Buck. Peter Buck, YNL be delighted that Peter Buck is in. Check my list. Check me like Santa Claus. Soka Clark, Sinn Féin. I'm assuming she voted for the majority of stuff in there. We give you a list. We give you names. We give you all the names. Bum, 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 bum. In the name, so just I could, but it's so good, Cloud. I'm dyslexic, so I would literally be double Dutch, basically, what I'm trying to say there. So we don't want double Dutch. Nobody uses the phrase double Dutch anymore. I noticed that. Also, this is probably the longest ever I was live. Like, if you had the other live streams up. Happened to the Swiss wall. Oh well. It's what? Are you asking me? Because down my list. Oh, we're not going through the list. But that's what there's a lot of them on your list to be getting elected, unfortunately. Got it. Yeah, but unfortunately, I know. Who is this talking to? Uh, it's hell list. Yeah, exactly. It literally is. But let's put it this: a lot of them people on that list, unfortunately, be getting in. I hate to say it to you, but it's the truth. So Matt Cowley's just short of the quota. Give me 2 moments. Sorry, there's a lot of stuff going on. Yeah, that was the European election. Give me 2 seconds. Just need to do something. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Limerick City had that problem, so they probably had the recount. Yeah. I don't know where. They probably maybe just lay it. But technically, they're breaking their own law. 1992. There's an electoral act there that there needs to be an alphabetical order. But we see what happens. I suppose we have to keep an eye on that one. I voted for Cheryl Keaton, another independent. Yeah, I don't know what anything else in Kerry. What's happening? I'll be back later. No bother, good. No bother. No bother. Ballot paper shows my candidates. Yeah, it's the independent vote wasn't that strong, and the smaller parties and stuff. Hmm. Hmm. I'm just waiting. I'm just trying to figure out when they said they were going to start 10 minutes ago. The force count and Calvin Bottom, but there's been no word since. So I don't know what's the story there yet. Let's see what's happened around the country. So there's a lot to say about different places. Uh, let's see. So Joe Biden looks like he's done for. He's a Green Party TD. He looks like he's done for. Joe O'Brien. So another Green Party TD down. Another one bites the dust, as they say. Like this is going to be a common thing to say for every Green Party TD because none of them are getting in. Foreign Italian Mid East. So this is very important. Listen to this. Listen to this. Everybody, quiet for a second. Mid East nails down all four. Fine Gael's Helen McAtee topped the poll on 19%. Yeah, Helen McAtee topped the poll. Think about that one. So hate speech coming in, boys. The hate speech will be back on the table within the next week or two. If Helen McAtee is going to be the Justice Minister, if Fianna Fáil Fianna Gael get back, and she's going to be back in to do that. Darrell Walk Sinn Féin is on 60.7 and Thomas Bio Fianna Fáil 14%. So Helen McAtee basically is back in. Like she basically is. So the hate speech bill will be back in a week. Within the week of them back in, they'll be passing that hate speech bill. So there you go. No, I didn't see it for Kerry yet. So hopefully let's hope not. For the children's sake, not for our sake, but for the children. Because all that SPHE stuff too, it shows that the parents didn't give a shit really with the SPHE what they were going to teach children in school. It shows they really didn't care because they voted the same crowd in again to do it. The fire alarm was pulled in Dunleary. Somebody pulled the fire alarm. That happened in Cavan the last time. Somebody pulled the fire alarm. Somebody wasn't happy and pulled the fire alarm. My God. At least if Roger Gorman and Stephen Donnelly doesn't get in Catherine Mountain too. At least it's some kind of consolation, but is it? Is it really? Bum bum. It wasn't me. Oh no. But I don't know. Dunleary. I don't know. Again, that happened in Cavan Mullen, but it wasn't something that pulled it. I tell you what happened with the up in the swimming pool that time. They put a new alarm. There was a new alarm put in, and it was fucking faulty. And that's what happened the last election in Cavan Mullen. The alarm went off because it was faulty. And it generally was because they literally had it in the day before, and they put on the faulty alarm, and basically they had to break the alarm to shut it up, basically, because it wouldn't stop blaring because it was absolutely fucking banjoed. So that's what happened. But at least this time, Kevin Monaghan's a bit quicker. At least the phone. This time last year, this time in 2020, I remember waiting for the votes because Kevin Monaghan is known as infamous of being very slow and not being able to get anything done within a day. In 2 minutes, I'll be back in a second. Talk among yourselves for 2 seconds. Sorry about that. No, the cat wanted food. So that's what I had to do. Um, so I give her food and water and stuff. So that's what she wanted. So this stutters from here and I got in, yes. Like I'm stuttering thinking that people actually went out and said, yeah, I'm going to vote this person. Yeah, I'm stuttering anyway. That's what I just trying to comprehend why people done this and why people done that. Um, it's over for Gonya, what do you call it? Sowick, yeah, Gonya Sowick. Do you remember she put out in the local paper, something about operations being the worst in the country? And now she's one of the Fianna Fáil. Wonder why is that the worst in the country? She asked in the paper, and her one of the Fianna Fáil. Yeah, she's not doing well in her own village, in her own area where she's from. She's not doing well. So there you go. So it's Jovo. You remember she put on the paper like she was shooting herself in the foot because she was asking why is the operations worse in Galway. Maybe I could do better because I'm Fianna Fáil, even though Fianna Fáil is in government. I don't think she thought that through. Before she put that in because it didn't help her. They put it nicely. And even and even to be a vampire. Yeah, so Sinn Féin at the moment, well, the stands at the moment, Mark Carty came first. The candidate Carty Barrett came second. Pauline Tully didn't come tall yet, but she's down a bit. Oi man hills, do do do. So, they must all fell asleep in the Sea Cowden set doing cavan. They must all just went to bed because there's no like they said 10 minutes ago they were going to do the big forced couch, so they all must have just decided to go to bed. They had enough of it all. They got sick of it all. Yeah, in 8, yeah. Oh, folded in 8 of the yuck. Yeah, okay. It will confuse them there for that. Yeah. Like Sinn Féin are going to get 3 TDs. Don't know. Magic dust. So I just want to show you this. Dublin South Centre. So this is the Hutch's constituency, Mount McDonald. Sean McDonald Street area. The Hutch 43%, Sinn Féin 23. Sinn Féin got 57 and 20. So the Hutch took a lot of votes away from Sinn Féin. Like, look at the change there. The Hutch got all the votes, Sinn Féin got nothing. Like, look at this. Sinn Féin will feel this now. Like, look at this in 2020, 57%. Look at it now, 23. The Hutch took half of their votes, Sinn Féin's vote. So Marion McDonald be literally crying something fierce. Because look at this. This is a quite change. 57 and 2020. 23 today. It's insane. Sheriff Street area. The Hutch 36. Sinn Féin 22. Sinn Féin got 53. Look at the difference there. Like, that's some difference. Like, when you look at that, the Hutch has really hurt Sinn Féin in that area. Like, it's really stopped them from probably getting many votes. Like, look at that. Like, that just tells you all you need to know yourself. That he basically half their votes. So they'll be quiet. But no, but that's what I'm saying. So he took votes for Sinn Féin because you can see 57%. And the Hutch got 43 today. And Sinn Féin only got 33. So they lost more than half of the votes. And they went to the Hutch. Like, really, unless they went to some other candidate. But yeah, they lost. Like, Sinn Féin has lost support in the Dublin North Central constituency. And Mary Lou McDonald's old. Mary Lou McDonald's own constituency. Old constituency. Own constituency. Mary Lou McDonald is old, but you know, you know. So that's what's happened there. Sinn Féin. Fine gale, fine fall. Fine gale and fine fall are no good. They're no addition. Fine gale. Fine gale and fine fall. That's technically what we should be calling them instead of Fianna Fáil, fine and Fianna Gael. It's fine fall and fine gale. That's pretty much the Irish phrase of it. Fine fall and fine gale. That's pretty much what people like. That's what they would say down in the countryside. Fine gale and fine fall. But basically, they were all fucking the one. Basically, the two of them were the one and the same. They didn't vote for any of them. Yeah, that's the thing about a fresh candidate. They didn't vote for any of them. You can only hold them accountable if they're sitting TDs, like that, with that voting system. Would you like to be a TD in the door? But the worst thing about it all is there's more TDs this time. So there's 153. So that's what's happening there. So there's more TDs now than ever before in Dáil for all the good they do. That's what I'm saying. But just listening to Fallon Martin's video there, just listening to the rest of it because I didn't get watching it all. Like, he does make a good point, and I said it before. I don't think they should have run four candidates like from the National Alliance, from the Irish Freedom Party and then the Independents. I think we should have picked one party, like one candidate. I what I mean by that, one party, one candidate, and put our support behind one candidate. It would have been better off instead of splitting the vote in terms of, take for example, Shane Mulligan, take for example, people voted for him. A lot of people voted for Fallon Martin. So, say for example, just let Fallon Martin was one of himself. Then 500 votes from Shane Mulligan could have went to Fallon Martin, and then obviously from Mark Moore too. So that's the way we thought we should have probably done something like that. That would have been better. Because I do think Fallon Martin would have probably got elected if they didn't, and he's right in saying that. Because it just makes sense. If you have the more candidates you have, the more you split it. It's the same with Fianna Fáil at the moment. The more you have, the more you split it. Because the main thing, independent Matty McGuire tops the poll around his area. Ho ho, there you go. Matty's back in the door. So good man, Matty. At least some additions gone into the door. Oh, it will be a wrecking ball. Like, you can see OT at the moment. Like, they're literally having a meltdown over it. So they're already melting down over it. Since 20. Yeah, that's exactly what I said. Not the party of James Connery. The long past the days of the party of James Connery. The long past. Maybe back, in the 30s and the 40s, the party of James Connery. Or even maybe even just if you give or take, maybe give or say in the 60s, maybe they're still kept them. But the last 40 years or so of Labour, maybe 30 years, Labour Party mean nothing. The long past the days of James Connery. That's what I'm saying. The long past it. The long past that days. It's an entirely different crowd. Matty McGuire for vote number one only. Yeah, he topped the poll. He basically went away with it in his own area. So again, that's what I'm saying. So Carol Nolan and Matty McGuire back in. So that's great news. Because I would be concerned if they didn't get in. We would be fucked then. There'd be nobody else asking tough questions. At least we have some people in the door asking some hard questions of them. And the whoever's in government, if it'd be Sinn Féin or it most likely be Fine Gael, fine for. Dublin Fingal West, Louise O'Reilly, the deputy. I think not the deputy leader. She's high up in Sinn Féin anyway. She seems to be going to talk, like run away with it too. Louise O'Reilly. Just briefly, just seeing it there pop up. Like there's many other TDs that just things popping up, and I could say that, but to be totally honest, I think he's just saying sick of me listening to me. The former Army Ranger, he's getting the boot. It looks like. Yeah. Which not much lost to be totally honest. So I probably will make a video. Now I wait until all the votes are counted, and I make a video giving my initial thoughts. Because it's probably better for me to put my thoughts at etc. Because it's hard to put it together now because I don't know the full picture. Well, obviously, there probably was a mistake here, no doubt. Like there probably was a mistake in different parts of the country. Somebody might have counted another vote, but again, there'll be weak outs, yourself, and weak outs and weak outs and weak outs. We'll be still here Wednesday, probably saying about this. So there obviously was a mistake somewhere. Human error when people were counting. If I was there now, I might be honest, I would make mistakes. So that's the thing. So I do think there's some kind of human error. There probably was in a few places, a few votes here and there. That's what I think. That's when everything be done and dusted. When we know everybody that's elected. Give or take, because you said there'd be week outs and week outs and week outs and week outs, and then they'll be checking up this and then that. Yourself, that's what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen in Limerick, take for example. You see yourself in Limerick. they done it wrong in alphabet. They didn't do it in alphabetical order, so they might just have to have the election again. Limerick. So there you go. So that's probably what could happen in Limerick City. I don't know. Hopefully they don't. Hopefully they just go with it instead of asking people to come back out to vote, because nobody will be bothered to really vote after that. Fine vote, yeah. But it seemed like the polls were wide last night. Not to the extent Sinn Féin, they said Sinn Féin won away with it, said they would have 41 seats. We still probably don't know yet, so I won't say no, because it could end up they'll have 41 seats. But it does look like it'd be Fianna Fáil, the biggest party in the country, the biggest candidates, etc. Then Fine Gael, and then Sinn Féin. So that's what it looks like at the moment. But we won't know, because nobody's been elected. The only person who's elected is the Cam Cola. So there's only one seat filled based in the whole Dáil. Because the Cam Cola doesn't put his name forward, he's automatically elected. Even though Sean, the fellow that's the Cam Cola at the moment, he's not putting himself forward. He's only going to be there for a while until they elect the Cam Cola. Because they have to elect the Cam Cola in Dáil Éireann. Yeah, three. There's going to be three Sinn Féin at the moment. What it stands at the moment is three, which I'm surprised about. Like Matt Cowley went away with it. Like he nearly has. He's going to be elected. He only needs another 500 votes to meet the quota. 10,000 is the quota, so he's going to. He has one away with it. He has 9,000 something. So he's basically has it. Matt Cowley. I think anybody would have knew. I would have told you to. Matt Cowley would do well. And then obviously the councillor from Monaghan is doing. It's coming behind him too. And then Pauline Tully's likely to get in. So unfortunately, Sarah O'Reilly's not going to get in. It's quite unfortunate. That's Sarah O'Reilly, because I was hoping Sarah O'Reilly would get in to block. Like Fine Gael has lost all those seats, but if Fine Gael doesn't get transfers now, Fine Gael is the head of Humphrey seat. Head of Humphrey leaving has really fucked Fine Gael and Cavan Monaghan, because Fine Gael has no seat now. That was the safest seat in the country. You ask any Fine Gael person, they would have said head of Humphrey seat is the safest in the country. And that's gone now. There's no Fine Gael seat. That's gone. So, yeah. So that's completely gone. That safe seat for Fine Gael is gone. But at what cost, I suppose, because it's still in power. But that seat's gone. That was there for years, basically. Like there's two Fianna Fáil too. It's Brendan Smith and you were right earlier on, Brian. It was Brendan Smith. But earlier on, you probably remember Niamh Smith was topping there. But again, they opened this side. I didn't know this side of Cavan. I thought they'd done this side first and then went down towards that way, but they've done the other side first, so they've done it weirdly. But only for this side, because Brendan Smith's from this part, you know yourself. He's from this part of the country, from Bombay up that direction, so he would get a lot of votes in his local area, and that's what saved him. That's because before that he was done for, and that's what saved him really. Sinn Féin's John Galkin and Intu's Patrick Tobin both come on top of the poll in Meath West. So Patrick Tobin at least is in too. There's I don't know about any other parts of Intu. I think Intu's just going to be still one man, unfortunately. A one-man band. It's unfortunate, Sarah O'Reilly, because I did give Sarah O'Reilly my number one vote. And because of many reasons, as I said before. Usually I wouldn't be an Intu fanboy. Like, I'm not going to just vote Intu just because of Intu. For 2 bills. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's compared to the West, it's not that bad, isn't it? But I'd rather take Intu, even though I don't agree with everything Intu has done. But I'd rather take Intu over Sinn Féin or People Before Profit or the Labour Party any day. I'd take them over them any day of the week. That's what I said. Because at least they have some things you have in common, because the Labour Party, just like every abortions every 10 seconds, Sinn Féin are the same. So at least you have some common ground with Intu. At least some kind of common ground. You have some kind of understanding. But with the other parties, you don't. They're just off the wall. If that makes any sense. So at least you have some kind of understanding, some kind of solace. Nobody's reached the quota on Cavan and Monaghan. Imagine that for the first time in years, I thought that. Nobody has reached the quota. So think about that for a second. Nobody has reached it. So at the moment in time, nobody has reached the quota on Cavan and Monaghan to be automatically elected to Dáil Éireann. So in the last election, just to bring you up to speed, Heather Humphreys topped the poll, Matt Cowley topped the poll, Sinn Féin topped, Pauline Tully topped the poll. So the three of them were automatically, Yeah, Pauline Tudor was in the first count. So the three of them were elected on the first count. As it speaks now, nobody has reached the quota. Matt Cowley's about 500 away from reaching the quota. So that's all it is. So he still didn't get the amount of votes he did last time. Last time he got more votes. So he lost a good few votes still at the same time. Because last time he was over the quota, and Heather Humphreys was over the quota and got elected. Because Heather Humphreys could easily, if Heather Humphreys was here now in Cavan Mountain, she would easily get 14,000 votes, like straight up. And I might as well be honest, that's what she would get. Like she would just get that straight away. Like there'd be no debate about that. That's what she'd be getting. She'd be getting 14,000 now as we speak, and she'd be over the line. But she's not there now. And Fine Gael, I'm missing that. That's something they're going to suffer a lot with, because they might not have a seat at all, Fine Gael. So it just goes to show you, the people were voting because they liked Heather Humphreys. It wasn't because they liked Fine Gael. They liked Heather Humphreys. Because again, as I said before, and I give Heather Humphreys this, anytime you wangle about, like I wangle many times with older people with pensions, etc., they wouldn't get the full pension, or they didn't get a travel pass, hoping the social protection minister. And all the time I wangle about things like that, it was always sorted. The people in question always got it. Take, for example, my father, we're talking about not giving him a bus pass. He's entitled to it. He's a pension. If he was going up to Dublin to stay to the hospital, he was entitled to get on a CIE bus for free if he has a bus pass, for an elderly citizen. They wouldn't going to give it. They didn't want to give it to him. But again, I rang Head Humphreys' office and was sorted within a week, and he got it. But only for that, there wouldn't have been nothing done about it. So in fairness, the Head Humphreys that, she owned her keep in that regard. If that makes any sense. So that's the only reason why she got in, because she done things like that for elderly people, etc., etc. But again, it's a disgrace. My father shouldn't have to have been worried about getting the bus past that time, even though it's only a few bob to get in the bus. But it's the principle, I suppose. Yeah, but he doesn't travel that much. But again, if he was going up to Dublin for an operation, he goes maybe once in the Blue Moon on public transport. But still, he's entitled to it. He's an old man. He's 71 now. But at that time, he was just 60. He was 68, something like that. Like he's entitled to it. There's people turning up from Timbuktu and they're getting it handed to them. Like they are again, if the Ukrainians and stuff probably getting free public transport out to go around the whole country. So he's entitled to it. He worked all his life and all he's entitled to it. But he did get attacked. There wasn't an issue. As soon as I told Head of Humphreys' office that time, he had it within a week. So getting more and more expensive, yeah. But it's the principle, it's not the money. He has the money to go, but it's the principle of it. He's entitled to it. Because again, there's people turning off a boat now. If we go up to Dublin Airport now, there's people turning up from Timbuktu and getting free things handed to them at the airport. Free medical care. Here you go. Here's this. Here's that. You get what I'm saying. So why is he not entitled to the man of 71? But he did get it. But only before I kicked up a fuss, he wouldn't have got it. And he wouldn't have got the whole state pension too. They didn't want to give him the whole state pension. Because obviously when he was 14, when he went out to work, there was no such thing as paying into a pension. Like I'm paying into a pension now. He didn't, obviously when he was working, even they only came in recently enough, probably in the 80s or 90s when you pay into a pension, Not even the 80s and 90s, probably the early 2000s that you pay into a pension. Like I'm paying into a pension now as we speak. Like you have to in a government job. But back obviously then when he started working, and literally the early 70s, there was no such thing as that. Literally at 14 years old. I would have been born in, probably probably the early 70s, yeah. But that's what I'm saying. So that's what I had Humphreys. That's the votes that she used to get, because she kind of done things for people. And in fairness, she did. And things like that, because she did do it that time for my father. So I won't tell a lie, she did do it. It was done within a week. So in fairness, she did do it. There was up and done about it. So that's how she got her votes. That's why Heather Humphreys always topped the poll, because she done stuff. In fairness, I'm not going to say she didn't do anything, because she did. So, and that's how she got there. But as you see now, nobody has the same loyalty. It's about they don't have the same loyalty to the other Fine Gael candidates. That's the thing. They don't have the same loyalty to them. So it's too fucking warm in this house. I'm taking off this couch. It's too warm in this godforsaken house. Too warm. Yeah, tomorrow is the 1st of December. Do you feel like the year flew, lad? So yeah, so it's been called now for the first time since 2007. Fianna Fáil is the most popular party with the first preference nationwide. Micheál Martin has specifically outperformed the exit poll. So Fianna Fáil is the most popular party in the state, just to say. So there you go. Yeah, probably in Dublin, is it? It's just happened. Like the 109 in Dublin is always leaving people behind now. This that probably leave me behind when I go up to that concert. Not concert, but because that's the way I'll be getting up. Because nobody needs to quote. So Fianna Fáil is the most popular party by votes and by mandate. So there you go, lads and lassies. So I think they're still counting like for the first count. That's what they're doing at the moment in Cavan. Even though I think they must, know who's like has the lowest votes. Yeah, like I think the weak counting base. That's what I'm trying to say. It's hard to know. They're not really saying much at the moment. And the man, I wouldn't mind. He rang me to tell me when I was looking at the things. He rang me to say, "Oh yeah, the counting's happening now. Like the finished counting now." And then he won't ring me to tell me what's going on when I want to know what's going on. Who caused sovereignty a backwards linear? Yeah, people apparently want a backwards idea of sovereignty, as I said in the thing. That's what I'm thinking about when I see a Fianna Fáil counting date. So there you go. People want a backwards looking idea of sovereignty. So Micheál Martin was right. It seems to be in the majority of cases because that's what people voted for. But when you voted Fianna Fáil. Fianna Fáil. No, oh geez, that doesn't sound too good. But anyway, at least he got space in the bus. The old ones are brainwashed by OT radio all the time. I don't know. I think they're just delusional. A lot of these people. Delusional. But here's a question, I suppose, to people. And I suppose it's the bold question. Do we think the people that get in, say, for example, Helen McAtee, Do you think Helen McAtee be Justice Minister again if Fianna Fáil get back in? Or do we think to be new? Say, for example, Dow O'Brien, the Minister for Housing. Do you think he would get back in as to the Minister of Housing, for example? Or do you think there be a shake up? Hello again, Gordon. Yeah, that can easily happen, but because again, the driver probably can't see who's if somebody's in it because the mirror and stuff like that. Illusion of a shake-up, yeah. Well, Norma Foley shouldn't probably be let back in, like as minister. It's like it pretty much is. Pretty much is. You get them all in it. Pretty much, yeah. All right. All right. Trying to scream. The engine, the traffic, yeah, exactly. Oh, somebody would open the eventually. It was in the paper a few back. It happened to. I vaguely remember something like that. Yeah, to be totally honest with you. Vaguely remember something like that. I can't remember where it was, but I vaguely remember hearing something like that. Turkey's voting for Christmas that way too. Yeah. Oh, poor Pauline O'Reilly's upset. Pauline O'Reilly says the very, what did she say? Very, it's a very difficult day for the party. Very difficult day. Poor Pauline O'Reilly for the common good. There's not much loss. Just accept my fate. Could have been knocked out, yeah, that's true. But need the bus anymore. Yeah, exactly. But it'd be a lot better if we had trains. That's what I said to the buses. I'd much rather the trains. Things would be faster, etc. etc. But unfortunately, a lot of young people now they can't get it. They can't even if they had the money to get a car and a driver's license, they have to wait years to get a test in Cavan. Like they're waiting months, months, months. And not even that. Imagine trying to pay for a car nowadays. A young person, it's a working 9 to 5 job. Pay your insurance, your tax, pay for petrol. You couldn't afford it. Yeah, it's a lot handier because obviously the buses you could get stuck in traffic. You know yourself. For the train, at least you're on the track. It's a bit faster because there's nothing in your way. Yeah, like you don't really need a car when you live in the city centre, like Dublin or something. But in the countryside, you need it now to go anywhere because there's no public transport, only the trains. So come down a lot, yeah. But for a lot of like say first time drivers, but like I say if you're a first time driver, it will crucify you. That's what's happening at the moment because I know some young people who are only about 21, 22, and they're getting the forced insurance, like they're crucifying them basically because they're saying you're more at risk of having an accident, because you're an experienced driver basically. If like you say, if you're qualified for a few years, you're less likely to have an accident, and it's true because the longer you're driving, the more experienced you are, etc., etc. And not even that, the price of petrol too for a litre is insane. I say I have to get myself more tea soon. To buy my Porsche next, yes. Oh, that clock, yeah. Like, I was loud enough, I suppose. You've been sleeping just as well for you, Tony. Pretty much your woman has got in, Carol Nolan, in your area. The Green Party are pretty fucked. The Green Party are non-existent now. Not much lost. Stephen Donnelly's likely to lose his seat. Roderick O'Gorman's probably going to lose his seat too, probably. We don't know Roderick O'Gorman yet. Pretty much Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, Sinn Féin have won it all. Fianna Fáil is the most popular party in the country, has the biggest mandate. And that's about it. Independence, it wasn't a big, huge turnout for the far right. I think that really sums it all up. I don't think there's much else you could say about it. But pretty much not a great day for independence, etc., etc. It's pretty much the status quo, pretty much, to put it nicely. Same old, same old. We do. It's surprised there's not one constituency in the country that have votes yet. So %90 of the votes tallied in loud are now representing of the constituency. The whole constituency is sure that John McGatt, the person that bet up the fellow in Dundalk, no, it would not be a TD, so there's not much lost there, to be told answer. So the fellow who bets up the fellow in Loud, that fellow that was on about the tricks too, he's not going to get elected, so he's gone. It's over. Is Idris not happy? Well, do you think I'm going to be jumping up and down saying Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil great? I don't think so. And even if Sinn Féin got in, we'd be pretty fucked in it. Well, pretty much, yeah. Unless something magical happens, it doesn't look great. So Fine Gael not going to have him in the door. Nobody here is happy. Apart from us, the only reason why we're happy is him and Ryan and all them are fucked. The Green Party are totally just collapsed and non-existent. Nobody wants anything to do with them anymore. So they're just completely gone. So at least that's something to be grateful for, to celebrate a bit. Because the Green Party are gone. It's over. Yeah. Bum, 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 bum. Listen, I'm going to go down and get tea. Hopefully, nothing happens in the meantime. Give me 2 minutes. Talk among yourselves for a second. Uh, it's only started. Yeah, but still, nobody's been elected yet. So they're taking their sweet time. By this time, everybody in the door should be elected. Hello again. Sorry about that. We're 6 hours today live, Tony, between the other stream and this stream. Um, uh, Bring it closer, but watching from Finland. I'm sure she is. I don't even know where she is at the moment. I don't think she's even in Finland. I think she's in England or something at the moment. I don't know. She's somewhere. She was at some kind of thing. I can't remember. It's the other day. So I don't know where she is at the moment. She could be in Finland. She could be in England, I think. I don't know. So give me a second. Just double checking stuff here too. Let me see. Did I miss anything now? Just to make sure I'm not missing anything. Anything too important. See, there's that much happening. It's like in the next hour or two when the results do come in. Like if you take a Mullen now, we're in to see what in a few hours time. Um, 6 hour coverage. No, it's more like every time I say yeah, like the Tony Blair Institute have their headquarters in London, so she's often be in London for that. That's where she often would be in London, with the Tony Blair Institute. Like she's mainly half the time just abroad, basically. That's what I'm saying. Okay, we have a thing at the moment from News Talk. What do we join the Commonwealth News Talk? News Talk are projecting that Fianna Fáil will gain 36 seats. So just give me a second. So News Talk is saying that Fianna Fáil will gain 36 seats. Sinn Féin will gain 35 seats. Fine Gael will gain 33 seats. That's what News Talk is reporting at the moment. So I don't know how accurate that is. It could be wrong, could be right. Who knows? But that's what News Talk is saying at the moment. Just to say. So that's what News Talk are reporting at the moment. So I don't know. What does people think? Does people think that's accurate? Because we have to remember the poll from last night that they said Sinn Féin to get 41 seats. But obviously they underestimated Fianna Fáil doing this well. From the poll last night, they didn't think Fianna Fáil would do as well as they did today. Sadly, just to say, I'm not that pleased about it. So I'm not happy about it, to be totally honest. So I don't think I'm celebrating it. So get the bottle of wine out. The forced couch in cavan is on the way. I can confirm that now. Last time it was 9 o'clock before we got a result for the forced count. Like after that, just double checking the figures and making sure that everything is right and the transfers, etc., etc. So last time it was 9 o'clock. Hopefully we don't have to wait that long, but we will be here probably to 10 o'clock tonight, just to say 11 o'clock, and then we pick it up in the morning again, pretty much. But hopefully we get some get-bats. Not even if we don't get half of it, but just even if we just got a few, know what's happening really, particularly. Because you have to remember it is after 4:30 now, and we've been live really. The only time we only had 15-minute break there, so Yeah, so Richard Boyd Ballard is saying now that the low turnout caused them to lose seats, people before profit, etc., etc. So that's what they're saying now, Sinn Féin and people before profit. Only the low turnout. That's what fucked them, and it probably did in the Southern case for us too. But they don't need Sinn Féin. The Fianna Gael and Fianna Fáil, they can go in together and get the Labour Party, and then that's them. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. That's all they need. That's all they don't need Sinn Féin. Simple as that. I think they just need the Labour Party, maybe the Social Democrats in, and a few independents. They get a few independents. Fianna Gael independents, yeah. Hmm. Interesting comment. Not gonna lie to you. And of all things you could have said, that's what you said. But fair enough. Then that's your opinion. But it's an interesting thing to say about a politician. I'd be more worried about his speech legislation than I would be about that. But fair enough. Um, um, Keeping stability, yeah, he said that, and that's probably what really kept a few people too. Really fighting a few people. So I don't know. So I say that's what kind of kept a few votes for them. Maybe it might not have. I don't think it would have affected them majorly, but probably did convince a few people. But this is the thing. There's not that big of a rise in the so-called far right. Like we've seen in Sweden, we've seen in the Netherlands, take for example, we've seen in Germany too, and Poland and Lithuania too. Not Lithuania, Romania too, and of course, as we see in Italy too. There's not that big of a resurgence of the far right compared to the rest of Europe. You even take, for example, Norway too, and obviously Finland too, with a right wing government really there at the moment, like extreme right wing, not even just only right wing, just extreme right wing. Yeah, what far right? That's what I'm saying. But it wasn't that big of a far right presence, unfortunately. What they would call far right, if that makes any sense. I don't know. It's hard to know why, but I don't know. But we see what happens, I suppose. But I suppose we won't know until we hear more. I suppose I know. Um, wished. Right, you. Is there any news at the moment? Social Democrats. So Piers Doherty has topped the poll in Donegal with 38.9% of the vote. So there you go. There's Piers Doherty re-elected pretty much. Like 40% of the vote is very good. But it's a shame to see people in Donegal not vote. You know. Yeah, but the government are the far right. In my opinion, that's who the far right are. The government, because they're acting very far right. Whatever one. So I would have probably told you the other day, definitely, particularly the local authority. Not saying I won the general election. I would rather get into local authority for a while and then go. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I just address it. Yeah. So as I said, I wouldn't just jump into take for example a lower general election like this. I would rather get a local authority seat first and stay there for a few years and then go work because you need to build a base to jump forward. Base. That's what I mean. Say. And as a council, you would build a base of people that know you, get to know you, etc. And you can show that that you do things, etc. As a councillor, and then you build your base from there. But long story short, I probably wouldn't now. When I seen the Sinn Féin now vote here, there's no hope of you winning anything really at the moment. If that's the Sinn Féin supporting Cavan Monaghan, like combined, that's nearly 30-something%. So basically, you would not get a vote particularly. Like a person that's a right wing, I suppose they would call it, not right wing, but oh. Yeah, you need an in. You need to kind of build a foundation. It's the same as anything. You need a foundation and a local councillor. People will get to know you in your area, etc., etc. Your local decisions, small issues, and then you build from there. You build up from there. Because if you jumped into the general election with no experience, at least as a councillor, you get some experience. Then you can build from there. There's a count going on in Dublin Finger. Just there's a count going on at the moment in Dublin Finger, the first one in the country. Yeah, like it is. It is like Donegal always was that, you know. Yeah. So there's nobody who's reached the quote on Dublin Finger. So Ben Gilroy, I think, was in his constituency, Dublin Finger. I think he was excluded now from the thing. So it's down to eliminate the lowest candidates. That makes any sense. So nobody's been elected in Dublin Finger yet, but that's the first count in Dublin Finger, just to say. So that's that. I should explain to you. I don't think people maybe understand. Um, where is this for? I haven't got it at the moment now. any votes because they're promising big, huge money on, they're promising big, huge money for people with the old age pensioners. They're promising an extra €150 on the old age pension. And that's where they're getting the votes from the old people, basically. That's what they're getting. That's the only reason why. That's the only reason why they're that. But so that's the first count in the country, Dublin Finger. So Ben Gilroy didn't get enough to reach the quota. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But they still would want it. The older people would rather have it than anything. But that's what you look at the photo base. We looked at the early one. Like 65 plus, in the 65 plus range in pensioners. All of them voted for Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, because they want the extra few bob. That's pretty much it. When you creating a party, I don't think there's much need. As I just seen there in Cavan and Monaghan, it wouldn't be good, and especially in the local town election. I presume there will be somebody for this area. So I see when the time comes, when the next local town election comes. But I presume there will be a candidate. I presume Thomas Pryor, our Planet of the Gale, will be going for the National Party. I presume. I'm not sure at the moment. Because again, it's a good while away. We're only after the local town election. So we see. But I would make way if he wants the one, or whoever wants the one, I would make way. It's the same Joe and like I was contacted by a few political parties. I won't say who, but I was contacted to make sure that I wasn't running for the Dáil before the Dáil election. But obviously, I had no intention of ever. You mentioned before, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I thought he was going to win in this election, so that's what I thought too in the last local town election. But I do think he's probably going to win in the next one. So if he wants the one in this area because he's in my area, it's no point to me. We see when the time comes because again, it's a long time away. But if he wins in that area, I won't win to compete with him because again, we wouldn't want to split the vote. I'd rather him get elected. It's better somebody gets elected than having two people competing against each other. But we see what happens. Even if somebody, say, from the Irish Freedom Party comes to me and says they want to stand in this area, I make way for them. That's what I'm trying to say. They won't have any issues with me contesting them. So that's just an outright statement there for any of the parties. They won't have any contention for me if anybody wishes to one in this area. And in the local town election coming up in 2028. But we see when it happens. What's the story? Because again, it's a long time away, but that's just putting it out there. That'd be very reasonable. And in terms, I won't contest anybody if they're going to go like, especially independent too. But the thing would have killed. The thing that would have probably hit me very hard if I did one of the local town election just gone by, is that Brendan Fay, independent councillor in Beltobert here. Brian would know. You know who I'm talking about. In this area, this part of the county, it's like basically one in the same area, basically. So that would split the vote. So that would probably mean that I would get some and Brendan Fay would get some, and basically none of us will meet anything, basically. So I wouldn't want to split that, especially being two independents. There might be a vote split. So I wouldn't want to do that because Brendan Fay is not the worst fellow. He's the only independent in the council at the moment in this part, apart from Shane Peel Wiley, of course, but in this part of Cavan. So we wouldn't want to do that. But we see when the time comes in 2028, we see what happens then. It's a long time, but as I say to you, we never say never because it's a good way. We never know what can happen before then. But as I said, I'm not going to stand against anybody who, like, as I say, Thomas Pryor, if he puts himself forward to go. I don't know. I think he was probably. I haven't heard much from the last few months, so I don't know. I haven't heard, to be told answer. But I haven't heard much from Whitens. Whitens, I don't know that he was in next, but I haven't heard much from him the last few months since the election. If that makes any sense. You excited for Christmas now? Oh, I'm kind of. I'm not that. Maybe not as much as I probably should be, but uh, it's all right. Um, Let me see now. Any other news from any other constituency? So nobody has been elected yet. Yeah, just to say to everybody, nobody has been elected yet to Dáil. Apart from the Cam Cole, of course. But apart from that, nobody else. Do. So to know, I'm just looking up. I'm looking up results across the country. So that's what I'm just looking on my phone just to make sure I'm not missing anything. Um, so that's what I'm looking at the moment. So I'm just double checking to make sure I'm not missing anything. Because there'll be some counts now in the next hour or two. There'll be more counts coming in. We already had double finger, but there was nobody elected in the first count. So just making sure I'm not missing anything when I'm talking. Because I'm talking away, talking probably nonsense half the time. And I need to be paying attention, I suppose, a bit to what's going on. Yeah, so we have the first count. This is just set up now. So we'll go through this. So this is the first count in the country. In the country. Deep down in Trickenwood. So as you see, 3 seats up for contention. This is count 1. So you see the quota. So the quota is the minimum you need to get elected. So you see Sinn Féin's Louisa Wiley is just behind it. 699, 600, nearly 7,000 basically. You can nearly say. So she needs a good few votes. So what they have to do, and the way it works in Ireland, is the people at the bottom, not these 4 people, but the people at the bottom, the independents. I think Ben Gilroy's in this area, Dublin Fingal. They have to eliminate him too, because I think he got 340 something votes. So they have to split them votes and give them to the candidates to meet the quota, basically. What would you call it? Vote transfers. Because it's not like in many other countries where, whoever gets the highest vote gets elected, like in Finland, take example. So pretty much I presume that these 3 TDs, Louisa Wiley, Robert O'Donoghue, and Grace Boylan will get elected. Unless unless these people get more. But that's the first count in the country, just to say. So there's a 3 seats constituency. Shouldn't be that hard. It goes against 3. So that's the first count in the country. So we're still waiting for other news. Well, she looks like she's probably going to get elected here. She doesn't need much more, so she's going to be returning to Dáil. It's 100% guaranteed really that Louis Wiley will be going back in, unfortunately. So the highest candidate in the country with the most votes, just because this is interesting, just to compare, I suppose, just for sake of arguments, and just for propaganda, I suppose, for a second. So Pierce Doherty is currently the leading post in the country with 19,000 votes per, which is very good. Pierce Doherty, 19,000 votes per vote. It's a hell of a lot of votes. That's the whole population of Cavan town. Buttersbridge, probably even you add in Beltoba too, voting for him. So a good lot of places. And then Michael Healway in 18,000. But just to say, the woman behind me, when she ran in her constituency, I get. I go back to my Mead West. Mead West is gone now. I get to the point I was making the second. Just to say, Mead West is talking about who the fourth character, so that's why I'm just listening to that. So this is part of Bean's constituency. There you go. Nobody was elected in the first count in Mead West. But the point I'm going back to just there, Pierce thought to be the loudest, just to say the woman behind me got 20,000 first preference votes. Just to say the woman behind me in the election. Sorry, no, I'm wrong on that. I'm wrong on that. No, I'm talking about 20. She got 40,000 votes in her constituency in Finland. 40,000 first preference votes. Just to say. So I don't know what they want about 19,000 votes because Sanna Marin got 40,000 in Finland. And Tipu Seppälä Andersson too in Finland. 250,000 first preference votes. So that's nothing compared to that, just to put it in perspective. Longest stream ever, it is. It pretty much is. So I'm listening to something here too. Lester Gordon is speaking to the media in like in Northern Sound, the local media. Was that which one? So this just in, Matt Carty is expected. Well, obviously we know this already. I've been saying it for the last few hours. Matt Carty is top of the poll, which nobody's surprised there. Michael Fitzmaurice is independent out of his strong contestant elite Sligo Leitrim constituency. Only 13 candidates are going to be elected on the first count. So that's all that's going to be elected on the first count. 13 people around the country. So we're in for a long night, basically. That's what I'm trying to say to you. It's going to be a long, long night. Uh, we do have polls. We do have polls. Give me a second. The first count. What's this? Yeah, so we have the first count of the state. Disappeared, did they? They're gone here, you mean? I didn't touch them. It must be YouTube. Because I didn't touch them. I'm too busy talking about figures. Did they disappear? Sure, they just not. I haven't seen them because I can't scroll up. You know the way I said to you before. I can't scroll up the page. Um, um, because you see the way I can't scroll up. I can only see. Do you see this comment here, viewers? I can only see that one. I can't go up any further than that. Because I can only go up here. I don't know why this computer won't let me. See the way it won't give me an option to go up. So I can only see this comment. I can't go any further than that. So that's why I'm saying if I do see them. Yeah, no, but no, just to say this. Oh, I can see. Basically, I can't go any further than this, so I can only see the top of your comment there. But after that, I don't know what happened. I can't see anything else. Um. So I just want to go. This is Dublin Finger. So this is the results for the first count. So this is for 3 seats. Uh, just to say, look at the Irish people. That's pretty bad. 2.5. But yeah, this is where they were last time, Sinn Féin, just to say. 29.6. So they've lost support in Dublin Finger, but they're still done very well. As you can see, 23%. They're still done well, but they're not where they used to be feeling much in this constituency because you see 40%. They actually increased their vote. Look at the change in the Green Party, but. Oh, shit. Yeah, I just thought because there's another count going on at the moment. So yeah, the Green Party lost a lot of support. You can see this is where they used to be on now in this area. Uh, they actually gained seats, Feeney. They actually gained support. Labour Party, look at the change in the Labour Party. 5.4, they increased it. So that's the Dublin Finger first count. Nobody was elected. Independence on 12. So I'm just listening to this. So it looks like Jennifer Carl McNeil or Fine Gael is elected pretty much here. Let me hear. So that's what it looks like to me. We wait a second just to see. I'm just listening to the sud, so that's what I'm doing. So this is Dun Leary at the moment in Dublin. Yeah, so Carol and Jennifer McNeil have meet the quota. So she's done it. Yeah, so there's the first person elected. It's Jennifer Carol McNeil. There's the first TD elected. Fine Gael TD. Jennifer Carol McNeil. Uh, There we go. It's only took until 5 o'clock in the evening for that. So there you go. If everyone is here, he won't be happy. Didn't really like Jennifer Carl McNeil. But there you go. She got elected. First count. So there you go. There's the first TD. It's currently 5 o'clock. It took literally 5 o'clock fucking today to get the first TD elected. So it's going to be an awful long night if this is the case. So going to Mead West for etc. So there we go. So there's the first TD elected. Fine Gael TD. Jennifer Carl McNeil. Yeah, Jennifer Carl McNeil. Jennifer Fine Gael. She's been elected, so she's already in Dod Evanson. She met the quote from the first count, so there's nothing really you can do about it. Anybody can do. I was just looking at this before this. We go back to her in a second. So just to show you, just to say, so you can see the difference. So this is Mead West. I think this is not this is Padre Tropin's constituency. Sorry, isn't it not? No, isn't that? No, this is not. Yeah, this is Padre Tropin's constituency. I'm right in saying, yeah. So you can see Sinn Féin. They used to have 29% support. Now they went down in support Sinn Féin in this area, but they still do well enough. They're done better than Aon 2. Aon 2 is imagine Aon 2 is behind Sinn here. Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil didn't do that great. So this is Padre Tropin. You can see done well. He increased his support by 18 to 20.1, which is very good. And then Fine Gael, look at the state of Fine Gael too. Fine Gael lost a lot. Because this is 2020, just to say, this poll. And then it's here today. So, and Fianna Fáil did better. Fianna Fáil did better. So all the votes from Sinn Féin must have went to Aon 2, really. That's the increase. Aon 2 and Fianna Fáil. That must be where they went. Instead of going to Sinn Féin and Fine Gael, they went to Fianna Fáil and Aon 2, looks to be. And the Social Democrats increased to AIM a bit. The Green Party, look at the state of this. 5% they went down. The Irish people, nobody seems to like the Irish people today. In general too, 0.8. Liberty Republic 1.1. Pretty terrible, to be honest. So she's elected, and she's the first TD in the country to be elected. Just to say, there you go, the first TD. So there we go. Finally, it took until literally 5 o'clock to get a first TD elected. At least we have somebody elected now, so at least we can quiet about it. Not the best thing. Personally, I don't think she's the worst. Definitely worse than Fine Gael. But still, nonetheless, I wouldn't vote for if I was in her constituency, even if she paid me to. Mary Lou McDonald's speaking now, so. So shouldn't Mary Lou McDonald speaking now at the moment? So now just listen to this. Yeah, Mary Lou McDonald speaking yeah, I'm not liking it. So that's what just listening for a second. We'll get to the other thing I was about to say. Yeah, but she seems to be happy enough with the results, Mary McDonald, even though I'm not happy about it. But she seems to be pleased enough, even though they lost. As we've seen with the two polls that I just showed you, like the two results, a lot of support gone from Sinn Féin. They did well, but they still lost a lot of support. Uh, so I just want to go back to the first TD elected to Dáil Éireann. So as we see, Jennifer Cabot-Fine Gael elected in the first count in Dún Laoghaire. So this is the fourth seat in the country, a Fine Gael seat. As we just seen there. So it's pretty much the fourth seat in Dún Laoghaire. Just to update people on that. So we have the first TD at least, because it took it to 5 o'clock to get the first person elected. Like, that's how bad it is. Like, it's going to be a lot of this now for the next few hours. Now we're in the game now. I presume Cavan Monaghan and Matt Carty with the bassoon coming. Huh? My, what? My. So there we go. It's going to be a long night, isn't it? Full list. It was online. They said, I voted them all down. I just want to bring you to one of the people I voted for a second. The Northern Sound, the local media here in Cavan Monaghan were talking to him. Putting the right thing now. My doting, probably I'm doting. Give me a second, I have to try and find it now. I've seen it a second ago. Just before, just to say, because I just want to add a few things that he said. I was listening to it there a few minutes ago in my headphones. So just to kind of add a few things just to him. Why is Helsinki trending? What has been happening in Helsinki? Oh, right. Yeah, the war. Yes. Yeah. No. Another 5 years I woke up and hey, I'm looking forward to counting the days. Said no one. Yeah, like the healy ways. I think everybody knew that. I think the dog on the street knew they would get elected. So this is Lester Gordon. So you probably remember I said I give him my third vote. I give Lester Gordon my third vote. I didn't give him my first vote. But he's an independent. He's done very well in the local town election. I recommend if you have a chance, I won't play it here, but to have a listen to Lester Gordon what he said. And I do agree with me. He said one thing particularly, that he done well in his own area, where he wasn't Valley Jim stuff. He said he done well in his own kind of area. And he did well in the local election in his own area. But I think in Monaghan, again, you need to do well in your own area, of course, where you're from. But at the same time, you need to do well in the other areas of Cavan and in Monaghan too. And unfortunately, that just wasn't there for Lester Gordon today. Now you could argue many different things. I didn't get a leaflet from him, so I didn't get one. So even if you just put a few leaflets into people's doors, it might increase this vote. But I never got a leaflet. I'd seen a good few posters of him, but I never got a leaflet, take for example. I knew who he was already, but a lot of people wouldn't be as glued on as me, take for example. But I do feel sorry for Lester Gordon because he did do well in the last election. He really, really did well. He was lucky. He nearly got in, basically. So he probably will win again because he did still well. He got 1,000 votes, near enough. So he didn't very well. He still didn't well. He still did well. I can't speak. So yeah. But yeah, so fair play to him. And he took it on the chin too, and he's not letting it get to him as well. By the way. And obviously, too, I do regret voting him number 3. I do think he's a good candidate, and I do think he's done his best, and that's the main thing. And I do regret voting him number 3. I do it again if I had to, Peter Lanza. But yeah, just to say. So unfortunately, good to get in. Unfortunately, that's a big deal, yes. But I give him my third vote, just to say. So unfortunately, he's not going to get in. Unfortunately. And unfortunately, Sarah Wiley probably won't get into, but we don't know yet. But unfortunately, I don't think this anyway. Sarah Wiley has a lot more votes than Lester Gordon at the moment. Yeah, yeah, he probably would. But that's what I'm saying. Maybe people vote him on the beer. But that's what was happening, just to say. So he's not going to. So unfortunately, my third vote is not going to any use. But at least it maybe helped him a bit, hopefully. But yeah, so and the third vote, Val Mountain did well too, of course. 1,000, nearly 2. Was it 2,000, something like that? And obviously transfers and stuff. We see what happens. But Mark Moore didn't do too well. And as I said to you before, no offense to Mark, but he didn't do too well because, again, a lot of people didn't know him. I knew 2 people that know a lot about these things, that kind of like myself, literally in every fine detail, basically. Nobody knew who he was, so that's what I'm saying. And that's a very bad sign when they don't even know who you are. It's not going to look good in the election, but at least I give him my fourth vote. But it's still, it's quite bad when they don't. And I didn't get a leaflet from him either, so that's what I'm saying. It's that lost the good. You get Markley number 2, yeah. Well, I don't think it didn't do. I only got 162 or something like 182 or something like that. I give him my fourth vote. I could give Sarah Wiley my number 1 because I thought Sarah Wiley was the most likely to get in. Then Val Martin number 2. And then, as I say, Lester Gordon number 3, and Mark number 4. Am I right? Yeah, 4. Yeah, and then Shane Mulligan. Yeah, that's who it was. And then Jimmy. Yeah, that's about it. Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. Nobody knew him. Because again, you have to know who the person is, I suppose. Nobody really votes on who the party is, I suppose, too, if that makes any sense. Because again, the people I knew, these 2 people that I talked to, they'd be more stuck in than me about what's happening, etc. They'd be more stuck in about different things. And they didn't even know who, and they spend more time on social media than me, for example. And they didn't know who he was. That's the thing. But who did you vote? I don't mean the prior or anything, but who did you vote number 1? You probably told me, but I can't remember now. Because again, there's that much information. It's like if you're in my position here, trying to look at all these details, figures, and stuff like that, you generally blow up. No, but they didn't know him. That's what I'm saying. Oh, voted him, of course he did. Yes, you probably told me this already. I can't remember. But no, but I'm not saying aware like the national party. The people know who it is, except, but they didn't know him. That's what I'm saying. That was the thing that probably got them. That they didn't know him personally. Like, a lot of people knew Val Martin because he was a detective sergeant in the town, take example. Like, he was well known, basically. He was known because again, it's another thing about a party and stuff like that. But it's another thing knowing the person that's won it. Like Val Martin, as I say, he was a detective sergeant. He was known in Cavan. He has a reputation in Cavan, take for example, and being among all the Sinn O'Connor. If that makes any sense. And that would help him. That would help him. The more you're known by people, obviously being a Gowd, then being a Gowd and Cronus too, the more people like, actually, yeah, I remember him being a Gowd, yes. Compared to, you say, for example, you said, like I said it to them, two people that didn't know who it was talking about. They thought it was talking about somebody else in some other constituency. And they didn't even hear from him before. And again, these people would know things, and they didn't hear from him. And they heard nothing. Again, it's the fact of the matter, they heard nothing from him and didn't know anything about him. So, and again, they were asking me, why would I vote for him if I don't know anything about him? And I suppose in that case, it's true, Like they voted for Val Martin. I know they did, because I said to them, that's the fellow you should vote for. And they agreed with me. They said, yeah, Val Martin will be the man we need in. Particularly because one of them is a small-time farmer too, so, he was somebody that's a farmer. But the Hood of Leicester Gordon, obviously, a lot of people know the Hood of Leicester Gordon. Not much. I didn't even know who Shane Mulligan was until I had to look it up who Shane Mulligan was. I didn't hear of him before the election. But I've heard of Val Martin. I heard of Val Martin way before he even was on YouTube. I heard of him way back when he was talking about the wind turbines, etc. Like long time ago. I remember hearing about him. So that's what I'm saying. When you have a reputation, the reputation follows you down the road, if that makes any sense. Like this candidate for People for Profit too in Cavan, even though she done well enough, she probably would have gotten more votes if she was from Cavan. She lives in Sligo. So, it'd be different if she lived in the constituency too. Say, for example, she lived in the town there. People who live beside her might be like, oh, she lives beside me, I give her a vote. Or I'm up the road from her, or I met her in school, I used to go to school with her, things like that. But with the People for Profit, that didn't, because she's not from the constituency. So she basically has no relations in Cavan or anything. So, a lot of people are like, who is she? That's what a lot of people would be like. Again, it all goes down to this, that's what I'm saying. If you're known or not and things like that, if you've done things, etc., etc. And that's why we see Van Martin, the best figure, I suppose, out of the four of them, I suppose, because he's the most known, etc., etc. It's Van Martin, and then it's Lester Gordon, and then it'll be Shane Mulligan, and then Mark Malone. So it'd be that order, basically, pretty much. In terms of the so-called cavan far right, etc., etc. The political positions about it. Yeah, I get what you're saying, but for the only Joe, a lot of people do care. Personally, like, you often see the media talk about what movie do you like, take for example. Like, you've seen it probably in the Anglo-South. They asked all the candidates, what movie do you like, what book did you like, etc., etc. Like, things that have no relevance to politics. Because people kind of want to relate, like, this is the thing, and I've heard it many times. People want to relate to the politicians, in that kind of say. What they kind of say, they like, say, for example, Star Wars or something like that. I know it sounds stupid, but it does happen. Like, it is. It was actually a question the Anglo-South asked. Like, if you look up the Anglo-South, they asked Val Martin what was his favourite movie. I don't know if you've seen that bit in this video. He talks about it too. Just because, again, people want to kind of our interest, I suppose, in that way. And I suppose it's the reputation before, because as one person said to me, you need to have some kind of how would you put it, a stand? He called it a stand. Basically, you need to kind of be active before you went into go, like, say, for an election, take for example. So, say for example, me, I have a long track record of being involved in voluntary groups, etc., etc., fighting for different issues, etc., etc., in County Cavan. Like, just for example, myself, like, I have a track record. People say, for example, to hold me one in the local town election next year, take for example, if there was, take for an argument's sake. They'd be like, yeah, that young lad has been at it for a long, long time. He's been arguing about this and arguing about that. He's been at it a long time compared to a man that just turned up, and said, I want to run for politics. I have no experience. I have no, reputation of fighting for any issues. So, you get what I'm saying? People want to kind of see people's resume, pretty much. Like, your resume, I've been involved in this, I've done this, etc., etc. Yeah, he's a good old sod, yes, as you said. But unfortunately, it wasn't his day, unfortunately. Not yet. We see the transfers, but I don't think the transfers could happen that much, because the quota was 10,000, and I don't think so. It's nearly 1,500 something, I think it is. So I don't think he'd get enough to quote. We might get 2,000 with the transfers, but I don't think he could get any more, to be told, than that. To be totally honest with you. But I'm just saying it from where I'm seeing it, from what I'm looking at and seeing. Oh yeah, I understand. I know where you're coming from, Brian. But a lot of people would take that. A lot of people, like a lot of ordinary Irish Joes, would take that. Yeah, but a lot of the ordinary Joe on the street kind of does. That's what I'm trying to say. Like the only Joe Willie does. Like they do think like that. Like I've heard many people say that. Oh, I vote for this person because he's a solid man or something like that. I've often heard that. Uh, just because they sound and stuff like that. I've often heard that. Like I've heard it many times. Like I've heard it this morning on OT this morning. People saying, "Oh, I voted Fianna Fáil because my grandfather welcomed them back years ago and he got me a house, and he's pretty sound." You know the way that's literally what people said this morning to OT. Oh, I voted Fianna Gael. They helped my father back in the day, back 50 years ago. That's like literally that's what people are coming out with. So when you see that, you're like, you know, oh, here's Mary Lou. Oh no, hello, Bubba. How you doing? Yeah, the younger generation are going out to vote. Yeah, especially after this election. You mean to tell me a young person now bothers or backside to go out and vote? Because the majority of young people did vote for Sinn Féin. Like the majority of my age group, probably the majority of people nearly here, 18 to 20, 18 to 24. Then even, as Aaron only said earlier on, to 24 to 39. They've all voted for Sinn Féin nearly. It's more the older generation, as you say, there that voted for Fianna Fáil. But the reason why they did that, because they said they were going to increase the state pension. And because a lot of older people are not thinking about, the young person that can't afford to buy a house. They don't really understand because a lot of them in the 60s and 70s would have a house. A lot of people would. Not many. Some people won't. But a lot would own their house or kind of own their house or would be better off, basically. Would kind of be a bit better off than an only Joe, take for example, starting out. Um, in a lot of cases, not like, take for example, my father. My father doesn't own his own house, etc., etc. Because he didn't have a good job when he was young. He basically worked shitty jobs pretty much. He never could afford a house, even back years ago. But yeah, the majority of older people are different compared to my father, if that makes any sense. Like a lot of them would own their house. I know a lot of older people that would own their own house and wouldn't really have much to worry, but they have financial security. They have a lot of money in the bank. There's nothing they're worried about really too much. They have enough money to last them, if that makes any sense. And that's what they're thinking about. So it's not like they're not thinking of the general picture. That's the thing. They should go and put your phone in a pothole. Yeah, you'd be better doing that nearly at this stage. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Oh, so Mary Lou was on talking. So we have the Dun Leary results. Just we're going back to Jennifer Carl McNeil. It's pretty substantial. Yeah, like it's awful because I'm listening to it all the time, so I'm literally going mad. Well, no, yeah, well, Norman Foley's the worst. Like, I take Mary Lou McDonald any day over Norman Foley, listening to Norman Foley talking waffle. To be generally honest, I would take no, but here we are. So this is Jenna McCalmany. So you can see the big difference. Like, look at this Fianna Gael vote in Dunleary. Like, look at this. Like, it's huge. Sinn Féin, oh, well. Where is Sinn Féin? Well, there you go. There you go. I was wondering. I was like, where's Sinn Féin? A question many ask, where is Sinn Féin on the migration issue? Who knows? But yeah, so they've done better. So do you see this grey bar here? This is 2020. So Fine Gael have increased their vote. So it's 32% they got in 2020. They have 36 now. So obviously Jennifer Carl McNeil got a lot of votes. But yeah, just look at people before profit. People before profit, oh no, actually, sorry, this is wrong. Fianna Fáil should be there. Beg pardon, sorry, I'm wrong. Fianna Fáil increased the support a bit in this area. People before profit would be next. Wasn't that right? Yeah. Yeah, people before profit lost support. Like they've lost support in this area. But look at the Green Party. The Green Party basically are fucked. Like they've lost 14, they lost nearly 7% support. Yes, like the Labour Party is not much different. Social Democrats have increased the support dramatically. Into the Irish people are doing a bit better here. Like in the last two constituents, we're doing terrible. So at least they have a bit of extra support here. But that's about it. Independents are on 0.6. This is pretty bad for independents in Dublin, like in Dunleary. 0.6 support for independents. Like not many independents will be getting elected here, right? So So that's just everything's fucked. Cambo dead. Ooh, I think the Cambo is frozen. So there we do. Yeah, yeah, it's pretty fucked. Yeah, the Cambo still working for you, so is it frozen? I think it's frozen. No, it isn't. It's for me. For me on the screen, it's frozen. My face, but I work with it. Shop. So my screen is frozen. I don't think it's frozen for use. Um, I don't think it is. Is it working for use? Just to say, yeah, it's working. So my screen is frozen. Everything's frozen. So that's great. Um, so probably at 6 o'clock, I refresh the stream. Yeah, but for me, it's frozen. It's completely frozen. Everything's frozen on the screen. So at 6 o'clock, and in half an hour, we start the stream again. How does that sound? Like we start, we do a fresh stream, if that makes sense. Because I don't think you can fix this, unfortunately, on my screen. As long as it's working for use for the moment, like it's pretty bad for me. I can't see anything really. So I probably shouldn't share my screen because I think after a few hours the screen thing just breaks. Um, to be totally honest with you. Good to do. Mary Lou McDonald just said she wishes she had another week to to go and get the few votes. Helen McEntee's on OT now. So, oh. So Helen McEntee's on OT now. Just listen. Yeah, that's the only consolation. The Queens are gone. Yeah, so at 6 o'clock in a few minutes' time, I'm going to restart just to fix my screen because it's a nuisance to have to can't see what's in front of me basically because it's just completely frozen. Like you can see me, but I can't see yous. Oh no, I can't see. Well, of course I can't see yous, but I can't see myself, and I like to see myself. And I know that sounds stupid, but just so I can see what I'm showing you. If I'm showing you something, this is a cover. Of course, it was just a cover. Said no one. It's not a cover, and um, Like unless it's like obviously I'm assigned by the Finnish spy agency to spy on the state, of course. Instead of Russian spies, there's Finnish spies in the country. That's the problem here in this country. There's too many Finnish spies. So. Oh, there's a county in Limerick County. So we just listen to this then, right? So we'll see what's the story. I don't think so. I don't know. So we're here in Limerick County at the moment. This is Richard Collins, the Richard O'Donovan's constituency. So after this, I just restart the stream. So. Do what? No, independent Ireland didn't get enough yet. So there's an independent candidate in Limerick County. He has 10,500 votes. He needs 11,000. So Patrick O'Donovan, he's still over the Office of Public Works, I think. I think he got elected. He got elected. O'Donovan over the Office of Public Works, another Fine Gael. He got elected. So there's the second seat now for Fine Gael. Yeah, so Patrick O'Donoghue, the Minister for the Public Office of Public Works. So there you go. There's the second. He's in Limerick County now. So, but he's over the Office of Public Works. So there's the second one. Right, I'm going to restart the stream. Is that okay? So we'll be back in about 3 minutes. Give me 4 or 5 minutes. Is that fair enough? I'll go and get myself another cup of tea and stuff. Is that okay? 4 or 5 minutes. So hopefully at 5:50, say 10 minutes time, give or take. Is that okay? We start from there again, and we go through these figures from Limerick County. I just write that down so I know what I'm saying when I'm coming back. Limerick County. So we come back to that. So we're back in about 10 minutes.